It's very small. It's a very simple preparation that you can do. It just takes 5 minutes. So this is for one person, what I'm going to be telling now. So now, for the detox process, you can create equal portions of the following ingredients. Equal amounts, so all the amounts of this can be equal, very small amounts. You can make a juice out of it. Lemon juice, ginger, dry ginger, and garlic in a paste form. Okay, so are we understanding? Lemon juice, dry ginger and garlic, dry ginger, garlic in the paste form, apple cider vinegar, and honey. So you can mix these very little bit quantity, a very small quantity, to be consumed only after your meal. You can have it at any time a day, one time a day after your meal. This whole mixture enhances the digestive system of the body. You would have heard of the trikatu, which is the black pepper, the ginger, and the other various herbs which are very good for digestion. So ginger is very good for digestion, and all of these are completely to enhance the digestion system of the body, the fire, the Jataragni in the body. So this whole preparation is related to the fire element, the digestive power of your body. So let's take a few minutes and prepare this. You can have it one time a day after your meal. Please have it only after you've eaten, because this whole mix is for digestion. So it will be most effective and safe in your body only after your meal. It's equal portions of lemon juice, dry ginger, garlic paste, apple cider vinegar, and honey. Very small quantity mixed together. You can have it one time a day. So let's take a few minutes and prepare this. Ma Hongsu, your stomach will digest the entire food that you have put in. With this preparation, with this detox preparation, the amount of time that the food stays in your body will actually reduce so that it digests much faster. So whole thing will digest in 10 minutes is referring to the detox process. Ma. The food that you consume will detox very quickly. The whole thing will just digest very fast. It will not sit as fat or as toxins in your system as a result of this detox practice. Yes, so I hope all of us have prepared it. Let's all keep it ready. Now we'll be entering into a very beautiful leela of Parameshiva. So every day we're having such powerful leelas of Parameshiva, the various forms, the various manifestations that he played to show all of us how he makes the various things happen. Swamiji, throughout the whole program, he has given us so many ways through which we can connect, through which we could get the powerful clicks, powerful cognitions, including this leela. See, what are these various leelas? We go through, right? We see how for each devotee, how Parameshiva comes down. How each devotee stands up for an ideal and how the whole thing happens. It's so beautiful to watch. And I think this Leela is a very interesting Leela which Parameshiva has done. The Leela called Bananukku Angam Vettiya Leelai, which is the Leela, the play of Parameshiva, where he cut the limbs of Banan. So I think this is a little bit interesting one. Let's all listen and get into what this Leela of Parameshiva is. What exactly is Leela? Let's briefly understand. Leela is the extraordinary consciousness landing in the lowest possible existence in the Bhuloka and playing. Paramashiva assuming the body of lower frequencies like a human body, a pig body, so many lower frequency bodies he assumes and expresses the super consciousness and plays with his power. So this Bananaka Angam Vettiya Leelai is for the sake of Banan coming down and cutting the hands and head of an enemy. So there was a man named Banan in the Pandya kingdom, an old man, and he was teaching martial arts to whoever comes to him. One of his students got jealous of the teacher, Banan, because he was teaching whoever comes. So this student wanted only him to be taught by Banan. He didn't want anybody to come. And he got jealous of Banan. So when Banan was out of station, when Banan had gone out for a Tirtha Yatra, for a pilgrimage, the student who is jealous comes to his house and tries to rape the teacher's wife, Banan's wife. Of course, she also knows a little bit of martial arts, so she somehow manages and escapes from him and locks herself in a room inside the house and prays to Sundareshwara. Bhagavan Sundareshwara, the great 911 of the Pandya kingdom, immediately comes down in the form of Banan and cuts the head and hands of the enemy, the student who tries to rape the teacher's wife. Anyhow, after a few days, Banan, the original Banan who had gone for the pilgrimage, comes back. He listens to the whole story and was shocked. He's like, "What do you mean? I was in pilgrimage. I never came." After analyzing, inquiring, investigating, they all realized that Mahadeva himself came down as Banan and protected this old lady. Of course, if Banan was an old man, she must have been an old lady, protecting the old lady and killing this student. This is the beautiful Leela of Parameshiva. So beautifully through this leela, the samhara aspect of Parameshiva is brought out. How when you just call out to Parameshiva, when you say, Parameshiva, please manifest for me, his samhara aspect that manifests, that intensely creates for the devotee. That is what is beautifully represented through this leela, where Parameshiva came down as Banan and protected the devotee that had cried out to him. Today we are all experiencing this Samhara Murti, the Simhagna Murti, all the Murtis of Parameshiva that came down for Samhara, for rejuvenation, to destroy all the negative things and create the positive things to happen. Now, with that beautiful space enjoying Parameshiva's Leela, let's manifest the power of materialization. In this round, I request all of you, you can connect to your friend. In this round, yes, you are going to be materializing on your friend's hand. You're going to be doing the power of materialization on another person's hand. In this round, can I request all of you to immediately start calling your friends, family, one person. You're going to now immediately materialize on their hand. You will see how just like that, the golden sparks, the various things manifest so beautifully. Now, this power of teleportation, of materialization on your friend's hand will give you the ability to manifest anything that the other person wants to cause their reality. Mohongso, definitely you can do it with someone in the chat, but you can also connect to someone outside in the next further rounds. If you would like to, you can definitely connect to someone within the Zoom room. So if you're not yet comfortable, for all those who are manifesting, you can also connect to someone in your Zoom room. But it would be best if you could connect to your friends and family to enrich them to cause a reality that they want. See, every power manifestation is not just some trick that's happening, right? It's a manifestation in the reality. So the appearance of a small golden spark or a small basma is actually shifting the very reality. We hear about the butterfly effect, right? When a butterfly flaps its wings here, a tornado happens there. What is that whole thing actually? Is understanding the space of oneness. It's not the butterfly moves and something is physically changing to make that happen. That may be also there, but the small bhasma materializing can change the reality of the other person. Are you understanding? So we can, with this power, change their very reality. So let's start the power manifestation. Understand the whole context. When you are doing the power manifestation, why? Why is it that a small materialization can change the reality? That is because of the context you hold. Now itself, all the reality that is there is your manifestation. It is when you are able to understand how the cotton is becoming the thread. You're able to understand how the space is becoming matter. Because ultimately, when you look at matter at the most subtlest level, the deeper and deeper you go, you only find space over there. Somehow, this whole reality is a projection on what people call the divine matrix, the Higgs boson, the Higgs field, the God particle. There are so many names for it. Because without the Higgs field, we do not have mass. It is mass that is creating our reality. Now, when you are understanding the science of how you are creating right now, the object in front of you, you understand how to create any other object that you want. That is all is the power of materialization. So when you're able to create one dot of basma, you can create anything they want in their life. You want money, you can create it. You want health, you can create it. You can just play with your reality. Very beautifully, a few days back, we saw the leela of Parameshiva, where he came down as Ellam Vallasiddhar, and he was making old people into young people, he was making young people into old people, he was making poor people into rich people into poor people. He was just playing with the power manifestation, with the whole reality. We watched the Matrix movie where Neo is able to play with reality. He's able to go inside and pump the heart. He's able to fly. He's able to play with his reality because he understands how it's created. That is all we're doing now, the whole science of power manifestation. So let's start. You can connect to your partner. Now you just tell them, I'm going to manifest. Make that as your will. Then turn back. Look at the experience that's happening within you. Connect to Swamiji, unclutch. Are we all understanding? It's not about the result that is going to happen. The result is that it's a side effect. It's a result. It's not the actual process. It's just the verification method. When you understand this, your whole awareness will go on the experience. Let's start. Chant the Mahavakya and manifest the power of materialization and teleportation.
Parameshivoham. Om Nithyananda Parameshivoham. Om Nithyananda Parameshivoham. Parameshivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Ma Mohini Lata, you have posted that your friend has manifested gold dust. That's awesome, Ma. Let's all give a round of applause for Ma Mohini. We can all post as the manifestation happens. Ma, this manifestation will change your friend's reality. If there's some reality that she wants to cause right now, some breakthrough she wants to have in her finances, in her health, in her relationships, you can follow up with her next few days. You will see even today the manifestation will start. Ma Mohini Lata, Ma, you can follow up with your friend today and her reality will start changing even today, and very clearly in the next few days you will see how the transformation and everything starts manifesting so beautifully in her life. Yes, Ma. Anyone else? You can post if you manifested, and you have to understand every manifestation will shift your life. Every click from Swamiji will become manifestation, and manifestation is not just a small thing, it will transform your very life. Now, let's all continue the manifestation. Let's take a few more minutes. Ma Mohini, you can always connect to another friend and do the power manifestation. You don't have to just have one friend. If you have a group of people that you would like to call, in the various demos, in the various programs, we have had instances where hundreds of people will be sitting and get the manifestation on their hand. When we manifest in Zoom, we have hundreds of people who have experienced this manifestation of gold dust. So you can call many people and also have the manifestation. Let's continue chanting the Mahavakya, intensely connecting to Swamiji.
Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Ma Lita Sege, I saw that you have said that yours is still not manifesting. See, ma'am, you're saying that one power comes very well and some others don't. Now, I'll explain to you a little bit why that may be. So you're saying, like, do I need more completion for the other powers to manifest? See, ma'am, when we have one power manifesting and not the others, it is because some click has happened in us. So you have to understand that when one power manifests, it's because of the cognition shift that has happened. See, all power manifestation comes from cognition shift. When you have experienced that glimpse of space of yourself as Parameshiva, your existence in the parallel universe as Mahasadashiva, as Parameshiva, when you glimpse that, for some word of Swamiji, some word that someone said, when it clicks with you, it shifts your cognition, and for a minute, for a few seconds, like 9 to 12 seconds, Swamiji says, you have connected to your parallel universe as Parameshiva. But then you forget that. But now, because that click has happened, that one power manifests. But somehow our mind is very powerful. You have to understand that your mind is what puts you in the deep sleep state, your mind puts you in the dream state, and it's your mind that ultimately puts you in the Turiya state from where Parameshiva absorbs you. So you're able to fool your mind, but your mind does not like that. It does not want you to get out of it, under its control, right? So because of that, somehow, for the other powers, you cannot see it happening. You think, oh, this power can manifest for me because this is the logic behind it. Yes, I had the click, I had the powerful cognition that shifted me, so this can happen. It's like how you need to walk when you're a kid, you try walking, and then suddenly one day it clicks with you and you walk. And then when it comes to jumping, after you walk, it's not that immediately you can start jumping, you can start dancing, you can start rolling. Everything doesn't immediately happen, right? You start tumbling, no. Each thing clicks with you. But now as an adult, if a certain amount now, let's say, okay, even not as an adult, as a 8-year-old or a 9-year-old child, when 5 clicks have happened, now after that, most of the things, almost anything shown to you, you could immediately do it, right? You understand how your body works. You understand how to make the movement happen. Like someone teaches you to brush your teeth, you're able to learn it. Someone teaches you to comb your hair, you're able to learn it. As a child, for each thing, the click had to happen. But as you grew up, you just have to see it, and to a certain level, you're able to replicate it, right? Are you understanding this, Ma? Malita, could you just post in the chat if you're understanding this? Now, for the power manifestation, just like 4 to 5 times the click has to happen. 5 to 6 times the click has to happen for each power. Okay, I understand how this power works. Now I can do it. Then you will understand the science of how to work the power manifestation, how you understand the science of how to work your body. The same way, then all the powers manifest. Are you understanding, Ma? So the completion, the powerful cognitions, the more and more practice of manifestation is what makes the manifestation happen ultimately. So yes, the more completion will happen, but it's not that you are not manifesting. It's just taking some time for the complete shift to happen. Malita, did you understand this? Could you just acknowledge in the chat if you understood this? Because I want to make sure you catch this. Because I've seen that many times you have posted this, and I really want you to understand the science so that you will have the confidence in power manifestation. Are you understanding this, Ma?
Suprabhatam, wake up song for Parameshiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavagya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Parameshiva in me. For Parameshiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Parameshiva. For Parameshiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now we can verify with our partner. You can finish up quickly the verification process. I request all the participants, we had a little long power manifestation, so beautiful. And you can post your manifestations that have happened and the transformations that you see as a result of the manifestation. Now, we're going to be entering into the next session, Deeper Truths from Swamiji on frequency, and Maya Tattva.
Devils, demons, rakshasas, rakshasis. Every day they go on vomiting poison. Then they also start attracting the people who are waiting for that poison. Understand, it is all about the frequency, the vibration for which you are waiting. Universe scatters that to you. If you are waiting for frustration, negativity, Kalabhairava sends that. If you are waiting for enlightenment, positivity, powerful cognitions, Kalabhairava sends you that. I tell you, if you taste the Sattvika Ananda, means the bliss, powerfulness you enjoy when you empower others. For example, every day, all these deep secrets, the sacred secrets, powerful truths, I go on reveal. Every day people apply that in their life and they feel empowered, joyful. When I see their smile, I feel the joy of existence. And I feel empowered. I feel I should teach the truths more and more. I tell you, hard work gets you more hard work. Happy life gets you more happy life. Living enlightenment means vibrating in the frequency of the cosmic constitution, cosmic truths, universal truths, reverberating with the principles of the universal truths. You need to understand, when the universal truths become the source cognitions for you, when you start reverberating with the universal truths, cosmic constitution, the ultimate cognitions, Parasatyas, Parameshivas Satyas. It is literally like an elephant entering into a hut. Parameshiva enters into your ignorance and shatters it. Understand how a small hut will be shattered if an elephant enters into it. Same way, when Parameshiva enters into your cognitions, the way you operate. Cognition means whatever you cognize as a life, good, bad, right, wrong, goal, obstacle, what should be done, what should not be done, how much you can do, all these cognitions you have. That is the fundamental decision-making mechanism of your life. I call that as a buddhi. I can give you one small example. Very simple. Actually, I have done this in those days when I used to live in Bididi, the small group of disciples. Even now our Kailasa Vasis in Bididi can try this. I'll first explain. you sit in front of our banyan tree, under a banyan tree, and few people sitting in the Saptarishi rocks in Ramanagara hill. In the Ramanagara hill, there is a 7 rock, under which there are caves where all the 7 rishis lived. Saptarishis, even now they are living. That 7 rocks represents 7 Saptarishis. It is their energy field. Few people should sit under the banyan tree, and few people should go there and sit. And you can have a telephone connection, conversation. Just have that fork. You call that spoon fork, vibrating fork. Keep one fork under banyan tree, tuning fork. Keep one fork in that rock, the Saptarishi rocks. Just vibrate the tuning fork in banyan tree. You will see that the fork on the Saptarishi rock will vibrate intensely. You can try it today. You can video record it. Because this banyan tree and that Saptarishi rock is deeply connected through a different frequency than what you understand. Through supernal effulgence, they are connected. All the Saptarishis sit there and listen to Parameshiva's Vedas and Upanishads and Agama teachings. The tuning fork, the resonance, matching a frequency will simply happen between our banyan tree and that Saptarishi rock. You can check it. I think the distance physically maybe 2-3 kilometers. At least 2-3 kilometers. And I am talking about the air distance, not through road. By air, it must be at least 2-3 kilometers. But this tuning fork will vibrate the frequency for the 2-3 kilometers without any time gap. Parameshiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. Time and space the continuum of time and space is due to a stuff connecting both. That stuff is called Maya Tattva in Vedic tradition. It is not there, but it is there. Because the time and space, both the dimensions, do not have a clear border, kind of a watertight compartment border. No. Understand this very intensely. For example, if time and space put together is 100 meters, consider an 100-meter cloth as time and space. For some people, 60 meter is time, only 40 meter is space. For some people, only 30 meter is time, 70 meter is space. The time and space continuum and the way it exists as reality for you is not the way it exists as reality for others. That is why some people are so excited to wake up in the morning. Some people feel, oh God, I don't know why I need to open my eyes. Listen carefully. The outer world reality is perceived between certain frequencies. Like I gave the example, 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz sound only can be perceived by any normal human being. Below 20 hertz or above 20,000 hertz, you can't perceive it. You can't hear it. If you experience, it's something extraordinary. Yesterday I saw, when I was giving the satsang itself, she was getting into that mood of anagata dvani, means the sound which is higher frequency than the 20,000 hertz. The experience you had, which you have not shared with anyone, is true. This reality which all of us are commonly sharing with the word called world, this is also between certain frequencies. For example, we will give the same like sound, 20 unit Maya to 20,000 unit Maya. It's only an example I am giving you. Between the 20 unit Maya, 20,000 unit Maya, the hertz for sound, Maya for the reality, I am using Maya word as a unit for reality. Between 20 unit Maya to 20,000 unit Maya, all of us common human beings can experience it as world, as reality. If it goes below 20 unit or above 20,000 unit, you start manifesting powers. Listen. If you unclutch intensely, it will go below 20 unit Maya. You become pure intense. If you go about 20,000 unit Maya, you become pure devotion, feeling connection. But in both you experience oneness. Suddhadvaita Sugabodham. One beautiful thing, this clarity, whether you unclutch and reach below 20 unit Maya or practice devotion, feel connected and reach above 20,000 unit Maya, you experience the same oneness. Sutta Advaita Sugabodham. If I initiate you into power manifestation, your whole body, mind starts getting grounded in that oneness space. Sutta Advaita Sugabodha. What you manifest is Shakti, not ordinary Siddhi. Because in our power manifestation, the more you practice, more you get grounded. Parameshiva's message directly from Sri Kailasa. Listen. The scene is always seen based on the frequency and quality of the existence of the seer. Seen is always seen based on the quality of the existence of the seer. The core of the seer chooses the quantity, quality, impact of the seen on himself and on others, who sees as part of his seen. Understand? Even what you think as others is part of your seen. So the base for the existence of your first person, second person, third person, all the three are the seer. So do not try to make the seen absolutely independent of the seer by dissolving the responsibility of the seer and the impact of the seer on the seen, whether first person, second person, or third person. Listen. I'll expand now. Fundamentally, you try to establish the seen is independent of seer so that you can put the responsibility for your life on others. When you realize the truth that seer is responsible for the seen, you need to work, alter, transform, evolve. That's too much of work. You can always say, oh, no. You can always find some false reason why external reasons are responsible, not your internal existence. So fundamentally, you try to build a narrative, grand narrative of the existence is independent of seer. Once you believe this, once you are convincing, once you are able to convince this false delusory idea within you, then you start blaming, then I am not responsible for what is happening outside. Then he is responsible, she is responsible, everyone. So if your Guru is asking you to look in and find you are responsible, abuse him also. Understand? The fundamental delusion is making the seen independent of the influence of the seer. Then the seer can claim always victimhood. Understand? Unfortunately, the cosmos will make you a victim if you continuously claim victimhood. Fortunately, cosmos will make you a leader if you continuously claim and realize that you are the leader and responsible for everything. That's the beauty of life. That's the beauty of life. Even to cheat others, never ever use victimhood, because you will start believing it and cosmos will say tathastu to it. Never. Never do that mess. Understand? This one curse, I will never want even my enemies to have, even people who cherish enmity towards me. I will never want them to have this suffering. Feeling that they are victim of the universe or the cosmos or the humanity or the whole. That's the worst hell.
Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam to all the participants, the viewers that are joining us through various social media platforms, every single one of us that are here. We are going to be entering into our most awaited part of our day. We are now going to be experiencing the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. And today is the day where we are going to experience the darshan of all the forms of Parameshiva through which he gave liberation to the forms of the incarnations of Mahavishnu. Every time Parandama, Mahavishnu, descends on the planet and he assumes every form, whether it is Kurma, Kurmavatara, Varahavatara, Matsyavatara, Kurmavatara, Varahavatara, or Vamanavatara, Narasimhavatara, Vamanavatara, any avatara. Whatever incarnation Vishnu descends in, whenever he comes down, he gives a physical breakthrough to the whole of humanity. But to give the breakthrough, to liberate that incarnation of Vishnu, Parameshiva descends down. Those forms of Parameshiva, whether it is Simhagna Murti, meaning the Sharabeshwara form of Parameshiva, through which he liberates the Narasimha avatar of Mahavishnu, or Varaha Samhara Murti, the form of Parameshiva through which he liberates the Varaha avatar of Mahavishnu, or Matsya Samhara Murti, the form of Parameshiva through which he liberates the Matsya avatara of Mahavishnu. Each form of Mahavishnu, whenever he comes to this planet Earth, assuming a form, Matsya, Kurma, Varaha, Narasimha, Vamana, Parashurama, Rama, Krishna, whichever form he has come down. At least the first set of the forms that he has come down in, every time it is Parameshiva who comes down and liberates this form of Mahavishnu. And those forms, the forms of Parameshiva, who gives superconscious breakthroughs even to the incarnations of Mahavishnu himself, is the form that we are going to be having darshan of today. No, all of us are really, really blessed. Each of these forms are so intense. Just when even one of these forms, just the form of Sharabeshwara, when he lands, he gives breakthroughs. Swamiji describes how the Mahabhairava inhaled so many Bhairavas at that time and exhaled millions of Bhairavas at a time. He is so powerful. That forms is what we are going to be having darshan of today. And understand, through these powerful forms today, we are going to be receiving the powerful awakening of our Kundalini Shakti. We are going to be experiencing the Rasasiddham process. We are going to be experiencing the direct Kundalini awakening. We all saw the beautiful story narrated by Swamiji on churning of the Milky Ocean, right? We all understood the whole story. Did everyone understand? We all listened to that story. Can you all put yes in the chat? That very experience, how the Meru was churned by the Devatas and Asuras. Now we have Parameshiva himself, who is going to be connecting all our spinal cords directly with Mahameru and churning our spine and awakening the Kundalini Shakti, connecting our Kundalini to the cosmic Kundalini.
Actually, today all of us learned about the Kundalini, right? How we all have 72,000 nadis. These are the energy channels, the energy circuits in us, which is going to be passing the energy, the Kundalini Shakti, through the 72,000 nadis into our system. And all of us have the main spine, which we call as the Merudanda, right? So every one of us have the spinal cord, which is the main channel through which the Kundalini energy, the circuit, is connected. Through this particular process, through the Rasasiddham process, Swamiji will be connecting our individual spinal cords to the cosmic Merudanda. And Swamiji will become that cosmic spinal cord to connect our individual Kundalini to the cosmic Kundalini. Literally, Swamiji becomes that channel, that circuit for us to pass that high experience, that high intense energy of the cosmos. That is a speciality of today's initiation. That is a speciality, the power of today's initiation. Every one of you that are sitting here, you're all going to be receiving this most auspicious and phenomenal process, the Rasasiddham process. And every one of us that are sitting here, each and every one of you, today's forms are some of the most powerful forms of Parameshiva, Simhagna Murti, Jvarabhagna Murti. It is in these forms that Parameshiva assumed the body to liberate Mahavishnu from all the avatars, the incarnations that he had taken.
Actually, when Mahavishnu assumes the form of Narasimha, he comes as half lion, like the lion face, half lion and half man form. And he kills Hiranyakashipu for the sake of Prahalada. But after doing the samhara of Hiranyakashipu, the demon king, after killing the demon king, the delusion enters even Mahavishnu, who was assumed, who was incarnated. So to liberate Mahavishnu from that body, and he goes on and on and on, living for so many years, and the ferociousness starts turning into anger because he consumes the blood of the demon. And the demonic qualities start manifesting in Mahavishnu. And to give liberation to him, Parameshiva, with utmost compassion, comes down as the most ferocious form, with like a huge form of a lion with wings, and does the samhara of Mahavishnu in the form of Narasimha and liberates Mahavishnu. He tells, hey, it's time. You need to be awakened to your original conscious identity. You are not what you think you are. You are not just this half human, half lion body. You are Mahavishnu. He awakens Mahavishnu to come back to Mahavishnu's conscious sovereignty and liberates him. That is the form of Sharabeshwara. Today, every form of the deities that we are going to be having darshan of is very, very special. Because in each of these, see, whenever Mahavishnu came down and wanted to liberate the whole of humanity, wanted to give a breakthrough, a physical breakthrough From when we learn about evolution theory, we learn about how we come from amoeba to fish. We talk about like how from monkeys humans evolved, how like we talk about the whole journey becoming a Homo sapien, how you started your journey. First you were a bacteria and then slowly developed. Much thousands and thousands of years before Charles Darwin giving his Darwin theory of evolution, our ancestors have recorded it very clearly in the Puranas, how every time when the whole universe was just stuck to be in the form of amoeba, just to be a unicellular organism, how Mahavishnu comes down in the form of Matsya and gives a physical breakthrough from amoeba to fish, and then from fish going to next level. Every time he gives a physical breakthrough, but for every time, at some point, even Mahavishnu's incarnation got stuck in some patterns. Understand, for the sake of liberation, even Parameshiva comes down physically. That is why even now he has come down physically as our Guru, Swamiji, to liberate all of us. Understand, he comes down physically and he gives a conscious breakthrough. Every time Parameshiva comes down, he gives a conscious breakthrough.
Actually, Swamiji beautifully tells how even when Vishnu fell into Vishnu Maya, Parameshiva had to come. Now, when all of us are stuck in all delusions in life, today Swamiji is here as the very avatar of Parameshiva to lift us out of all of these delusions that we are stuck in. Every one of you that are sitting here, each and every one of you, any delusion that you are stuck in, any struggle that you're stuck in, today, when you just have the darshan of these forms of Parameshiva, right? Literally, Swamiji will raise you to that highest frequency. All of these are the most ferocious forms of Parameshiva. But if you connect with devotion, with integrity, even that most ferocious form becomes the most loving form of Parameshiva. This reminds me of a very small incident, and I always relate to this whenever I see ferocious forms of Swamiji like Parameshiva. There's the same story of Hiranyakashipu being killed. So Vishnu assumes the form of Narasimha, half lion and half man, and he kills, like she was just narrating. And after that, he becomes Ugra Narasimha, means he's not settled. Everyone is literally getting terrified. Even Lakshmi is afraid to go next to Mahavishnu at that point in time. And Devi Lakshmi is Mahavishnu's divine consort. Even she gets afraid to go next to Mahavishnu. Everybody is terrified, and Narasimha is sitting as Ugra Narasimha with this claws, completely destroying Hiranyakashipu. And after doing the Samhara, he's sitting there, and whole three worlds are terrified. And when Narasimha comes, even before Narasimha comes, actually Prahalada, he loses his consciousness. But when he gets up, he sees Narasimha. He sees Narasimha had killed Hiranyakashipu, his own father, and three worlds are trembling in fear. It is only Prahalada, the moment he sees Narasimha, he falls in love with Mahavishnu's compassion for having come down. And he falls so much in love with the form of Narasimha that he starts singing the praise of that beautiful form of Narasimha. Even when Mahavishnu's own consort was afraid to go next to Narasimha, Prahalada, a young boy, 5 or 6 years old, when he sees that ferocious form, he does not feel afraid or terrified. He falls so much in love with that form. He literally runs towards that form and he starts singing the Narasimha, the praises of Narasimha of that form, describes that form so beautifully. Then Narasimha picks him up and keeps him on his lap. That is when we are integrated. Even the most ferocious form of Parameshiva, we'll only see that love, like Swamiji describes. Even when Kalabhairava smiles, and when you see that, that big teeth of Kalabhairava, even behind that, you'll only see that love of that smile. That anyone who is integrated, when we are integrated and we have that simple love and devotion, even the most ferocious form of Parameshiva, we will see the love behind it, that smile that he has even when he's very ferocious with us, that love that he talks with even when he tells the most ferocious things. That is these ferocious forms of Parameshiva, which he assumes that form to wake us up out of our delusion. So today,
And
any delusions that you're stuck in, anywhere you want to raise your frequency, go to that highest frequency, connect to today's form. When Swamiji is coming here, when Swamiji is going to be sitting here for the darshan, just connect to Swamiji and say, Swamiji, all these are all the delusions that I'm stuck in. You please liberate me from this. And just put all your prayers to Swamiji. Where anywhere you want to, you're feeling low, you're feeling down, you're feeling in some places you really need some energy, you need some more will persistence, or you are feeling tired, you need some energy, all of these, wherever you need to raise your frequency, and wherever you're stuck in delusions, just pray to Swamiji today through this very powerful Rasasiddham process. And just through the initiation, Swamiji is going to be infusing that cosmic kundalini into us and awakening us to our highest possibility.
so let us all get ready to receive this very powerful darshan. Are you all ready with your the charna? Okay, some of you are asking if the darshan is over. No, we are going to be entering into the darshan. Darshan is starting very, very, very shortly. Stay tuned. We have the live darshan of Swamiji as the Vishnu Samhara Murti forms, various forms of Parameshiva, wherever he gave breakthrough, liberation to the incarnations of Vishnu. So those forms of the Samhara Murtis of Parameshiva that gave liberation to various incarnations of Mahavishnu is the darshan we are going to be having today. So, ready? Shall we all enter into the darshan? Now we are going to be chanting the Dhyana Shloka.
We will be chanting the Dhyana Shloka of Vishapaharana Murti form Parameshiva. These Dhyana Shlokas are the sacred chants that describe that particular form of Parameshiva as he assumes. And this particular form is that of Vishapaharana Murti. Abhayavarada-hastam tankasarangayuktam shashidhara-mihita-bhusham pita-vastram trinetram Shivamati-satkatayam tam vrisharudha-devam Vishaharana-kamisham chitra-pichatya-rupam. The meaning of this mantra goes as, this form of Vishapaharana Murti is as follows. Having the Abhaya and Varada, Tanka and bow, he's wearing the crescent moon on his forehead, wearing yellow clothes and having the three eyes. He has a dark complexioned body and rides on a bull. Such is the beautiful form of Vishapaharana Murti. Today, during the darshan, all the problems, every delusion that you're stuck in, just connect to Swamiji and ask your prayers, ask your boons and blessings requests. Swamiji himself will be seeing each and every prayer.
During the darshan, Swamiji himself will be seeing all your prayer messages, and we request you to post on all the platforms, whether you're on Zoom or if you're on some particular social media platform. We request all of you to post it on all these platforms: YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, WhatsApp, and on the Zoom rooms, so that your messages do not get missed. And one other important request we have, during the darshan, now Swamiji is going to be coming for darshan, blessing all of us. He himself will be personally dictating blessings to each one of your prayers. Therefore, post your prayers only once. Please do not post the same message multiple times. Post in one message only once. You can post how many ever number of boons you want, but do not post the same message multiple times. We request all the Chinese translators also to kindly translate this and explain it to all the Chinese participants, because we noticed that many of them are also posting the same message multiple times. And we also request all the Tamil translators to kindly translate it and explain, because this is very, very important. Please do not post the same blessing request multiple times. You can post any number of boons you want. You can ask for it. How many ever prayers you have, you can post how many ever messages you want. But please make sure you do not post the same message again and again, as it spams the chat and makes you miss the response that Swamiji has blessed you with. And because of that, it's also disrupting and disturbing other participants' experience, because they are also missing out what Swamiji has blessed them with. So please kindly make a note of this and ensure that you are not posting the same message multiple times. If you have understood this, I request all of you to kindly acknowledge this on all the Zoom chats. And next important thing, make sure you're posting your message on all of these 6 platforms. Only then, see, because wherever Bhagwan's eyes fall, understand your immediately your prayers are blessed. So do not miss out on this amazing boon and blessing we are getting. So please make sure you are posting on all these 6 platforms. And we are going to be entering into the darshan. It's highly recommended to receive the best from the darshan. Please attend the full day's program, and as much as possible, attend the full 21 days. This is a highly, highly recommended one, because only that would help you have a huge breakthrough. That will only help you in experiencing the best of the program, experiencing the best of the darshan. I just wanted to tell, for each of these things that we're experiencing in the program, whether it's the content or even the images that you see in Swamiji's background, whether it's the deity form, the jewels that Swamiji is wearing, everything is exactly as per the agamas, how the Dhyana shlokas describe each form of Parameshiva. Exactly as per those forms, Swamiji himself sits and ensures that for all of us, whether it is the music or it is the deities, the songs, the mantras that are chanted, the jewelry Swamiji wears, or the items Swamiji has, everything is exactly, precisely as per the agam.
And every moment that Swamiji sits here for the darshan, understand, Swamiji has opened up all the avenues for each of us to ask our prayers. You don't need to, like, right from literally bringing enlightenment to our couch, not even doorstep, literally to our couch. Can you imagine, just 2 clicks and you are here having the darshan and enjoying? And at this moment, Swamiji is also making himself even more available. Whether you're watching us on Zoom, YouTube, or you're watching us on Facebook, any of the platforms, you can post your blessings, prayer requests to Swamiji. In each of these platforms, Swamiji himself will be seeing and blessing all the prayer requests, blessings requests, and boons that you have asked in all of these platforms. So we remind every one of you to take a few minutes, ask in all of these platforms, ask your prayers, ask your blessings requests in all of these forms and all of these platforms, and Swamiji himself will be seeing and responding to each of it. And darshan is an extremely sacred process. The moment you sit and the moment Swamiji declares and Swamiji manifests, he himself appears, he himself manifests in every room, wherever you have kept your Atma Murti, wherever you have set up the Nityananda Sabha, he is literally manifesting there. It's an extremely sacred process. It's an extremely sacred space in itself. So we remind all the participants to please make sure you're not lying down. Please sit up straight. Can I request every one of you to take a few minutes? Please sit straight.
And I also just want to tell one more important thing. During today's darshan and the initiation, you may have materializations happening, like you may materialize kumkum gold dust, jnananjana, vibhuti, anything, whether on your palms, sometimes on the laptop where Swamiji is coming in the darshan, or on the Atma Murti, anywhere materialization is possible. You may start levitating. You may experience immense bliss, because today's darshan is extremely a powerful one. You can actually sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And during the darshan, when Swamiji is actually doing the Rasasiddham process, Swamiji had explained to us, right? Where you take the churner and you're going to churn. You can sit in Padmasana, keeping your feet like this, sitting in Padmasana, which will give you the best experience. It will help you with levitation and awakening of your Kundalini as much as possible. So it's very, very, very important that you all are aware of it. It's very powerful darshan, and the amount of energy, bliss that you would experience would be, you can't even comprehend it. It's just so powerful. And that is the experience you're going to be having today. So let's all get ready for experiencing today's darshan. This darshan is a very, very sacred space where literally you are lifted out of time and space, and you are entering into a very deep quantum entanglement with Swamiji, such that directly whatever is happening in Swamiji's inner space would get transmitted to you. It will get transmitted to your inner space. You will experience a breakthrough. And it's highly important that you are sitting in front of your camera at all times. Now it's time. Let's all enter into the most awaited part of our day. Please sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes and chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Parameshivam. Om Nithyananda Parameshivam. Om Nithyananda Parameshivam. Om Nithyananda Parameshivam. Shivoham. Om Nithyananda Parameshivam. Om Nithyananda Parameshivam. Om Nithyananda Parameshivam. Nithyananda Parameshivam. Om Nithyananda Parameshivam. Om Nithyananda.
Nithyanandam. In a few moments from now, we are going to begin the Maheshwara puja on this auspicious tithi of Kataka Masa Amavasya. Before we begin, we'll make the theistic declarations that help us cognize the context of the Maheshwara puja that we are now going to perform. Please be seated with your head, neck and spine in a straight line as we listen to the truths and understand the significance of offering the Maheshwara puja today. The first truth that we declare is that we cognize that cosmic energy exists. Coming out of our day-to-day understandings of just knowing that we are body, mind, we cognize that we are consciousness, and that consciousness pervades the whole cosmos. And we agree that it, in the form of cosmic energy, Parameshiva exists. That is the first declaration. Next is the declaration that Swamiji is the Chinmaya Vigraha, the embodiment and representation of that very cosmic energy. The next declaration that we will be making is the Swamiji is a pure channel for complete completion to be achieved for all the departed souls, and for completion to be achieved for all the participants with the departed souls. We are here to take care that our loved ones who have departed from us are on the path of Videha Mukti, finally merging with Parameshiva. And the part of them that they have contributed into our lives requires completion within us. We pray that and understand that Swamiji is a pure channel for that complete completion to manifest on the part of our departed souls and on our part as well.
Let this soft mineral melt under your tongue to improve vision so you can say goodbye to your eyes. Do you know that visual embodiments have nothing to do with
ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೆ ಈ ಧರೆಯನ್ನು ಸಲಹಲು ನೀ ಬಂದಿಹನೆ ಜೀವನ್ ಮುಕ್ತಿಯ ನೀ ಕೊಡುವವನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೆ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೆ
ಚಂದ್ರಕಲಾಧರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸಸಿವದನಾಂ ಶಿವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಚಂದ್ರಕಲಾಧರ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸಸಿವದನಾಂ केशव नरहरि नित्यानन्दा श्याम गोपाला नित्यानन्दा केशव नरहरि नित्यानन्दा श्याम गोपाला नित्यानन्दा मुरली गोपाल नित्यानन्दा मुरली मनोहर नित्यानन्दा मुरली गोपाल नित्यानन्दा मुरली मनोहर नित्यानन्दा गोकुल नन्दन नित्यानन्दा नटवर श्यामा नित्यानन्दा गोकुल नन्दन नित्यानन्दा नटवर श्यामा नित्यानन्दा नित्यानन्दा हरि 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 नित्यानन्दा नित्यानन्दा हरि
देवराजसेव्यमान पावनाम्रि पङ्कजं व्यालयज्ञसूत्रमिन्दुशेखरं कृपाकरं नारदादियोगिवृन्दवन्दितं दिगम्बरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे देवराजसेव्यमान पावनाम्रि पङ्कजं व्यालयज्ञसूत्रमिन्दुशेखरं कृपाकरं नारदादियोगिवृन्दवन्दितं दिगम्बरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे भानुकोटिवास्वनं भवातिहारगम्बरं नीलकण्ठवीक्षितार्थदायकं त्रिलोचनं छिन्न पद्मजाण्ड घोषरन्दति दृष्टिपाद नष्टभावजालमुद्रशासनम् अष्टसिद्धिदायकं कपालमालिकाधरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे भूतसङ्गनायकं विशालकीर्तिदायकं काशीवासलोकपुण्यपापशोधकं विभुं नीतिमार्गकोविदं पुरातनं जगत्पतिं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे कालभैरवाष्टकं पठन्ति ये मनोहरं ज्ञानमुक्तिसाधनं विचित्रपुण्यवर्धनं लोकमोहदैन्यलोभगोपदापनाशनं ते प्रयान्ति कालभैरवान्ति सन्निधिं ध्रुवम् काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे
மண்ணே மாமலையே மணியே மாணிக்கமே மரகதமே வைரமே பொன்னே புகழ் சேர் பொன்மலையே சோதி வடிவான ரூபனே என் குருநாதா என் குருநாதா என் குருநாதா அஞ்ஞான கடல் நீங்கி கணக்கு ஆத்ம ஞானம் அளிப்பாய் குருநாதா நித்யானந்தா ஆத்ம ஞானம் அளிப்பாய் மங்கையிடம் கொண்டு கங்கை முடி கொண்டு நர்த்தனம் புரியும் ஈசனே சுடலை பொடி பூசி புடுக்கை தன ஏந்தும் காலனே புடி தோலனே நீடி பிடிகால் உள்ள முறைகின்ற மதுரை மாநகரின் ராசனே இன்னல்களை கலைந்து இன்பங்களை அளிக்கும் சுந்தர வடமணி நேசனே ஞாயிறு திங்கள் நித்த முறைகின்ற செவ்விழி கொண்ட செல்வனே சொக்கனே எந்த சோமனே ஐயா சோதி வடிவான ரூபனே அடிமொழி காணா அண்ணாமலையே அகிலம் போற்றிடும் ஐயனே ஆவரணனே நால்வர் போற்றிட நயமுடனாடிடும் நாதனே ஆழகாலம் உண்டு ஆழம் காடுதனில் ஆனந்த நடமிடும் ஆதி செய்வனே மங்கையிடம் கொண்டு கங்கை முடி கொண்டு நர்த்தனம் புரியும் ஈசனே சுடலை மொழி பூசி உடுகை அணையேந்து காலனே புலி தோலனே நீரின் விழிகால் உள்ள முறைகின்ற மதுரை மாநகரின் ராசனே இன்னல்களை கலைந்து இன்பங்களை அளிக்கும் சுந்தர வடமணி நேசனே தானாடிட மங்கையவளிடம் கொண்டு நீயாடிவாடியால் திருவினைகள் தீர்த்தருளவே நித்யனே இடவத்தின் மேலேறிவா என்றென்றும் வீரனை தானாடிட புவிதனில் சுந்தரனை நீயாடிவா தினமும் நீ விசும்பு தந்தருளவே நேசனே மலனே நீயாடிவா இமையோர்கள் இன்னலை கலந்திடும் தேவா தேவாதி தேவா சதா சிவாவா குருவாக வந்து திருவருள் புரிவாய் நித்யானந்தனே முக்தி தரவாவா பிறதியில் உரைகின்ற பிரமனே நீயாடிவா வணங்கிட அருளாய் உரைபவனே அப்பாய் காட்சி தரும் எங்கள் ஆணை காவரசே ஆதியந்தமிழாத ஜோதியாய் அருணகிரி உரைநாதனே உலகை இயக்கிடும் வாயு வடிவே காலகத்தி ஈசனே சொல்லுதிட பிள்ளை நகர்தனி வானில் ஆடும் கூத்தனே பஞ்சபூதமும் நித்தம் பணியும் பரமனே பரமேசனே நித்ய ரசித நித்ய வைபவ குப்த கைலை வாசனே ஈசனே சர்வேசனே பரமேசனே ஜெகதீசனே நித்யனே ஆனந்தனே என் ஜீவனே குருதேவனே
திருநாளில் நித்யனின் திவ்ய தரிசனம் கருணையாய் நித்யன் கையிலையில் தந்த நிகரில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம் உலகையே இங்கு கடவுளாய் மாற்ற கடவுளே தரும் தரிசனம் கவிதையாய் மாற வரிகளும் ஏங்கும் கரையில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யானந்த தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யன் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் தெய்வ தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யன் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் தெய்வ தரிசனம்
அரசாட்சி செய்யும் தரிசனம் ஞானத்தின் ரூபமாய் தெய்வ திருக்கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் ஆனந்த புரிதனில் நித்யன் அரசாட்சி செய்யும் தரிசனம் ஞானத்தின் ரூபமாய் தெய்வ திருக்கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் அன்பு வழிதனை அண்டம் முழுதிலும் நித்யனும் என்றும் நிலை பெற செய்யும் தரிசனம் இதுவோ பொங்கும் கடலென பக்த குழுமிட நித்யனின் தெய்வ தரிசனம் புண்ணிய தரிசனம் அல்லவோ அருள் வாழ்வின் பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம் அரைநாதன் முதல் நாளின் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யானந்த தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் பதம் நாடக்கூடும் தரிசனம் பலம் ஓங்க பூமியில் நித்யன் தவ கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் வரம் வேண்டி பக்தரும் நித்யனின் பதம் நாடக்கூடும் தரிசனம் பலம் ஓங்க பூமியில் நித்யன் தவ கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் மண்ணும் மகிழ்ந்திடும் விண்ணும் முறைந்திடும் ஆனந்தத்தின் எல்லை கடந்திடும் திவ்ய தரிசனம் எதுவோ பக்தர்களும் பொங்கும் எண்ணம் கடந்திட தியானம் தனி வையம் தனி சொல்ல வந்த தரிசனம் அல்லவோ அருள் வாழ்வின் பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம் அரைநாதன் முதல் நாளின் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் दर्शनं कल्पतरु दर्शनं ज्ञानपीठ महासंस्थान सिंहासन दर्शनं दर्शनं नित्यानन्द दर्शनं ज्ञानपीठ महासंस्थान सिंहासन दर्शनं दर्शनं कल्पतरु दर्शनं ज्ञानपीठ महासंस्थान सिंहासन दर्शनम्
Shivaya
Matsya Samhara Murti, Vishapaharana Murti, Kurma Samhara Murti, Varaha Samhara Murti. I bless you all with Paramadvaita. I initiate all of you into the Rasasiddham process. Now, take the spindle, mattu, in your hand. Visualize that is your spine and churn it slowly but intensely. I will churn your spine with cosmic kundalini. Connect you directly with Parameshiva. You will manifest Navaganda Yoga Samadhi as Shakti. Om. 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 All those who are attending intensely, sincerely, whole day sessions will manifest this power immediately today. If you want to manifest the powers, attend the whole day darshan session intensely, sincerely. Om. Om. Om.
எல்லாம் வரலாறு அவர் சிரிச்ச முகத்தை காண மக்க தவமா தவம் கடக்கு உங்க மலர்ந்த முகத்தை பார்த்து மக்க மனசு நிறைஞ்சு போச்சு அப்பனுக்கு அப்பனப்பா இளமாண்ட சித்தனப்பா அன்னையும் தந்தையும் இல்லா பிள்ளைக்கு ஆதரவாய் நின்னரப்பா ஹரஹரமாக ஹரணோ
Hari Om கருதும் எக்கணத்திலும் எம் கண்முன்னே நீயாடிவா அழகு திருநடமிடும் எங்கள் அம்மையப்பனே பழகு தமிழில் உனை பாடி நின்றோம் தூயவனே ஞானவனே நித்யானந்தனே தெய்வ திருநடமாடிவா தெய்வ திருநடமாடிவா
With Sakshat Dandavat Pranams, we now offer the worship at the Divine Lotus feet of Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Somasundareshwara Swami, Nithyanandeshwari Parameshiva Shakti Meenakshi Devi, and the Utsava Vigraha of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. We will now offer our devotion and gratitude.
जीवन मुक्ति पुरीशाय श्रीकंठाय नमोस्तुते। नमो हालास्य नाथाय शंकराय नमो नमः। श्रीमत्सुन्दरनाथस्य देवीं शपरलोचनां कलये हृदये नित्यं कदम्बवनवासिनीम्। अथ धूपः। ॐ दशाङ्गं गुग्गुलो वेदं सुगन्धं च सुमनोहरम् आग्रेय सर्वदेवानां धूपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम्। श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति मीनाक्षम्बिका समेत श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव सोमसुन्दरेश्वर स्वामिने नमः। धूपमाघ्रापयामि। अथ दीपः। ॐ साज्यं त्रिवर्ति संयुक्तं वह्निना योजितं मया ग्रहाणमङ्गलं दीपं त्रैलोक्यतिमिरापहम्। श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति मीनाक्षम्बिका समेत श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव सोमसुन्दरेश्वर स्वामिने नमः। दीपं सन्दर्शयामि। अथ नैवेद्यम्। ॐ अमृते अमृताद्भवे अमृतवर्षिणि अमृतं श्रावय श्रावय स्वाहा। श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति मीनाक्षम्बिका समेत श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव सोमसुन्दरेश्वर स्वामिने नमः। अमृतं महानैवेद्यं निवेदयामि। निवेदनानन्तरमाचमनं समर्पयामि। नीराजनम्। ॐ तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ गणाम्बिकायै विद्महे महातपायै धीमहि तन्नो गौरी प्रचोदयात्। ॐ हंसाय विद्महे परमहंसाय धीमहि तन्नो हंस प्रचोदयात्। कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि। भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि। भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि। श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति मीनाक्षम्बिका समेत श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव सोमसुन्दरेश्वर स्वामिने नमः। कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि। रक्षान् धारयामि। षोणाद्रीशावताराय ज्योतिस्तम्भस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। तत्त्वज्ञानप्रदाताय नित्यानन्देश्वररूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रदाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। मूलप्रकृतिरूपाय परमशिवशक्तिस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। दण्डत्रिशूलहस्ताय कालकालस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। आदिपूज्याय देवाय सकृत्पूर्णत्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। सर्वाभयविनाशकाय शत्रुसंहाररूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। योगपट्टाभिषिक्ताय राजसन्न्यासधारिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। सार्वभौमैकमत्याय राजराजार्चिताय च श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् मङ्गलम् कल्पवृक्षाय मङ्गलम् ज्ञानदायिने परमशिवाय श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वराय मङ्गलम् मङ्गलम् श्रीविद्याम्बायै मङ्गलम् कामदायिन्यै नन्देश्वर्यै मङ्गलम् मङ्गलम् गुरुदेवाय मोक्षमूलाय मङ्गलम् परमाराय नित्यानन्दाय गुरवे मङ्गलम् त्वम् स्मृतमहम् धन्य मम प्राणमहेश्वर गङ्गाधर नामेति स्तोत्रस्थानम् ददाम्यहम् हरिः ओम् तत्सत् सर्वम् भगवत् श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्
சொற்களோ கொண்ட கிடர் போக்கி விட மொத்தம் சிரிப்பாய் சொன்ன சொற்களோ கொண்ட கிடர் போக்கி விட தக 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 தகவன ஆடிவா நித்ய நந்தா குருநாதனே நீ ஆடிவா தக 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 தகவன ஆடிவா நித்ய நந்தா இறை சக்தியே நீ ஆடிவா தக 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 தகவன ஆடிவா நித்ய நந்தா குருநாதனே நீ ஆடிவா தக 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 தகவன ஆடிவா நித்ய நந்தா இறை சக்தியே நீ ஆடிவா
Juni Wang, my blessings. I'll remove all your karmas, shower you with devotion, bhakti, with wealth, health, third eye powers. I will make you enlightened. Junji Wang, I will make you enlightened. Tatast. Chen Ming Yu, I give you all the 4 boons. The Parandamini name is spelled properly. Listen. Your mission in the life is spread living enlightenment. Read that book again and again and spread living enlightenment book. I'll heal all your pains, patterns. I'll give you enlightened life. Tatast. Blessings for your father Chen Wen Sheng and your mother Chen Zhuhua. And my blessings for your son Xi Junlin. I give you all 5 boons. Shen Ming Yu. Tatastu Parandamini. Blessings. Nitya Nidruvi accepted your Pada Puja. I shower you with energy. You will have a completion and blissful relationship with your family, with your wife. I'll enter into your mind as Sharabeshwara. Clean everything. I will reside in you as Sharabeshwara and protect you. My blessings. I'll clear all your psychosomatic and physical problems. Blessings for your wife, wife's 2 brothers and sister. I'll shower everything auspicious for you and your family. Om. Om. Om.
Kondareya
ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ದೇವ.
மனம் கலங்கும் போது சோர்வடைந்து போது அருள் சக்தி என வந்து குருநாதா. மனம் கலங்கும் போது சோர்வடைந்து போது அருள் சக்தி என வந்து குருநாதா. மனம் தளர்ந்து போது நான் பயந்து போது பயம் தெளிய வைத்த எந்த குருநாதா. மனம் தளர்ந்து போது நான் பயந்து போது பயம் தெளிய வைத்த எந்த குருநாதா.
ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ದೇವ 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 ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ದೇವ. பாடுவோமே பேரானந்தமுடனே பாடுவோமே பேரானந்தமுடனே சத்குரு பாதமல சுடுவோமே சத்குரு பாதமல சுடுவோமே பாடி பாடி கொண்டாடுவோமே குருநாதா குருநாதா என்று பாடிடுவோம் நித்யானந்தா நித்யானந்தா என்று பாடிடுவோம். பாடுவோமே பேரானந்தமுடனே பாடுவோமே பேரானந்தமுடனே சத்குரு பாதமல சுடுவோமே சத்குரு பாதமல சுடுவோமே பாடி பாடி கொண்டாடுவோமே குருநாதா குருநாதா என்று பாடிடுவோம் நித்யானந்தா நித்யானந்தா என்று பாடிடுவோம் 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 நித்யானந்தா நித்யானந்த தேவா 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 நித்யானந்தா
नित्यानन्दा तव चरणं जगद्गुरु नित्यानन्दा दर्शन दो परम कृपा नित्यानन्दा
sa 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 ri sa pa ri pa ma ri sa sa ri sa sa ri sa pa ri pa ma ri sa. कालरुद्राय ते नमः वीरभद्राय ते नमः नित्यानन्दाय ते नमः
परशिवपुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचिह्न काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्ग वर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धान्त स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पाण्ड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महान्धकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम् अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तरद्विशततमगुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरियोगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशततमगुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमङ्गल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परम्परागत आदिकैलास नित्यानन्दपीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठकर्तः साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मण्डित चतुष्षष्टि सम्प्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुराङ्गि साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणिपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामण्डलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरो श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानन्द प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञान वितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय।
After this most auspicious and beautiful darshan of Simhagna Murthy, actually every single day.
And please stay tuned. This session is too important because right after the darshan, sitting for power manifestation will directly take all the seeds that you received during the darshan to go deeper inside you and to start sprouting. So the post-darshan power manifestation is extremely important. So make sure that you are here sitting, ready to receive the darshan, ready to manifest the darshan we just received, and
right
the
after
invitation we just received.
Yes.
And yes, of course, right after this segment, we have a very, very special segment to share with all of you a very important news of what's happening right now in Kailasa. We have the team that's on ground and going to be giving all of us a live update of something very, very important that's happening. So please stay tuned. That segment will be right after this manifestation. And to all the participants who are attending just the darshan, we just wanted to let all of you know to start manifesting powers directly from the initiations that you're receiving from the darshan. It's highly recommended for you to attend the entire day's program, which will help you to manifest the initiations as power.
After this powerful darshan of Parameshiva, we'll all be manifesting the power of materialization. And today we've all been blessed with this power, right? And every one of you that are sitting here, right after this Rasasiddham process, your Kundalini has literally been churned, awakened intensely to connect with Parameshiva. Just sit in this space. You don't need to do anything. Just mechanically connect to Swamiji. Don't even expect, oh, I should materialize it right now. Just let your frequency raise. You're already in the highest frequency by connecting to Swamiji. Just sit back and enjoy in that highest frequency. You will just manifest it as power. And please stay tuned. Right after this power manifestation, we are going to be entering into a very, very important segment. So please be tuned in with us.
It's a very important live update directly from Kailasa to all of you. It's a very important thing. You can take it as a news update that you're going to be getting of what's happening in Kailasa. So be here, stay tuned, and let's finish the power manifestation. I'm seeing so many messages of gratitude and love for the amazing darshan we all just had flooding in all the chats. Just sit with that same space. You would start manifesting it as the power of materialization, as the power of levitation.
Now just sit, clasp your hands together, close your eyes, connect to Swamiji. Just sit. Don't do anything else. Just sit, connect to Swamiji. Results, let Swamiji give. You just take care of connecting to Swamiji, tuning yourself to that frequency. Let's all start. Please chant the Mahavakya.
Nithyanandam. Hope all of you have done the manifestation. Yes. Sampataya Nithyanandam, nice to have you here. James Makhel Nithyanandam and Shri Nitya Guru Prasadini. Prakash Venugopalaya Nithyanandam. Did all of you also sit into the power manifestation? Very nice. Now, we're going to enter into a very, very important segment. As I had mentioned earlier, this segment that we are going to be entering into, it's about what's right now happening, right? We all had experienced such an amazing gift of the darshan. How was the darshan? Did you all enjoy the darshan? How was the darshan for everyone? Okay, see, big thumbs up, white smiles. Okay, great, amazing, wonderful. Every bit we are experiencing, whether it's the initiation, the amazing, profound knowledge, or the yoga, everything that we are experiencing, all of these are gifts of what? Yes, gifts from Swamiji. But from what? What is Swamiji reviving? Hinduism, right? Actually, Hinduism is the only civilization that has been surviving, alive, the most ancient civilization and the most advanced civilization. We have been seeing various presentations and we've presented to you about the amazing contributions of Hinduism, what Hinduism has offered to the world.
And do you all know why Hinduism is called Sanatana Hindu Dharma? Any guesses? Why is Hinduism called Sanatana Hindu Dharma? You all can post in the chat. Why do you think Hinduism is called Sanatana Hindu Dharma? Yes, that's right. Hinduism is called Sanatana Hindu Dharma because Sanatana means eternal.
Ravi Prakashaya has posted always existing.
Always existing, right. Sanatana means eternal. The testimony for this eternal civilization that is standing is every pillar of every single temple that is standing tall, singing the glory of our ancestors, their sacrifices. Each and every temple that stands tall today, the advanced civilization, whether the world's oldest dam, we built it. Who invented plastic surgery? We Hindus. Who built the whole, the most advanced city structure? We built it. Who contributed the number 0 to mathematics? We did.
And see, for the numerous earthquakes that the world has faced so far, even for the tsunamis, but till now the tallest granite structure in the world, standing tall in Brihadishwara temple, even to this day, without casting a shadow to the ground. And the Tiruchendur temple, which is there in the seashore, is standing despite of the most horrendous tsunamis that the areas around it has faced, but it has not faced even a single damage. So our ancestors, who were such advanced architects, scientists, mathematicians, astronauts, and everything best, great has come from Hinduism. And each one of you sitting here are a witness to it, that even to this day, it is Hindus who are almost like literally in most of the top positions. Take all the top CEOs, take whether it's IBM, Channel, or even Facebook, because even Mark Zuckerberg is a Hindu. Like you take anything, Google, Sundar Pichai, Mr. Sundar Pichai, like everything you see, every top thing is a Hindu. We are 2 billion in number, but how many of us are even having the strength of being a real Hindu? And not just that, how many of us, even if you had grown up in countries that have Hindus as majority factually, are even aware that it was Hindus, the Hindu ancestors, who gave us this amazing great gift?
And each time we all hear about it, I'm sure at least once each of you would have had a question crossing in your head. If our civilization was so great, if we were all so advanced, if these temples are singing our glory so loud and clear, then where are all these sciences gone? Why are we not having access to it so easily? And how can this Sanatana Hindu Dharma be in a place where today me or you, common men like me or you, do not have access to it? Do you know the reason why? 5,000 years of brutal persecution. They kept hitting us to an extent that we are not able to stand back till now. The Hindu Holocaust, the most brutal of all. 5,000 years of relentless persecution, yet untold. They usurped our kingdoms. We bravely fought them back. They destroyed our temples, and we were able to build them back. They destroyed our universities. To a large extent, we were able to revive them back. They destroyed our sciences. We were able to revive them back. They destroyed our scriptures. To a large extent, we are able to start getting them back.
Because we had one thing, the backbone, which held all these things together. Everything, whether it's temple or the universities, the education, everything was held by one backbone. Any guesses? What's that backbone? It is Guru Sishya Parampara.
And that is why when they attacked the Guru Shishya Parampara, when they attacked our very backbone, that was a blow that we are still not able to recover from. Let me just take you all through a very quick statistics. 23rd December 1926, exactly 97 years before from now, 70-year-old Swami Shraddhananda was assassinated by a militant missionary. 17th November 1966, during an anti-cow slaughter rally, 5,000 Hindu sadhus were killed in a police action. The official numbers reported range is just 8 to 375. 15th February 1973, falsely accused and arrested was leader of Ananda Marg, Sri P.R. Sarkar. He was poisoned in prison, and after recovering, he went on a fast seeking justice. For the next 5 years, 4 months, 2 days, until 2nd of August 1978, he fasted for justice. Do you know what happened to his disciples? On the 30th of April 1982, 16 male and 1 female Hindu sannyasis of Ananda Marg were pulled out of a cab and burnt alive near a bridge in broad daylight. These were the disciples of the very master who fasted for justice. 23rd August 2008, Lakshmanananda Saraswati, Swami Lakshmanananda Saraswati, and 4 of his disciples were murdered in the state of Odisha in India. He was a highly revered spiritual leader who lived a life dedicated to the welfare of the forest dwellers, the Vanvasis of Kandhamal. And the visuals may be a little graphic. Please bear with us, but we want to show you all the facts, the reality. Next. On 21st of February 2011, Swami Premananda was killed in the Kadalur Central Prison, an enlightened master. On 1st of September 2013, Swami Asaram Bapu was arrested on false charges, and he is still struggling in jail. On 19th of November 2014, 6 disciples of Sant Rampal were killed, and he was arrested, sentenced to life imprisonment. 21st February 2016. This is in Panchagar district. This is in 2016. A Hindu priest was beheaded by Hindu music terrorists.
I'm really sorry. I know these are really graphic. The viewer discretion is advised, but we are just presenting to you. I know it's really disturbing, but unfortunately, this is the case. And we are just presenting to you the facts as it is, as much as possible.
The list still continues. On the 22nd of September 2015, Swami Avimukteshwarananda was dragged on the street and beaten while he was performing his religious rites in the sacred river Ganga. On 26th of August 2017, 30 disciples of Ram Rahim were killed in the broad daylight. 27th September 2018, Palhari Baba received the jail term till death on false allegations of rape. He was a great yogi who lived only on fruits, and hence his name was Phal Ahari, Palhari Baba. 21st Jan 2019, Hindu Sadhu mob lynched, and the lynching was justified, claiming he is a Hindu beggar Sadhu. 30th August 2019, Swami Tattva Bodhananda, a disciple of Swami Dayananda Saraswati, a renowned guru and Vedanta Adhikari, was brutally sickled to death by mob lynchers in Puducherry, India. 16th April 2020, two sadhus and their driver were mob lynched in broad daylight and brutally murdered. This video was circulated online, and yet to this day, no justice has been served. 20th September 2021, the head of Akhada Parishad, apex organization of 10 million Hindu monks, the largest, Shri 108 Mahant Narendra Giriji Maharaj, was assassinated. The murder was shown falsely portrayed as suicide by Hindu music terrorists. Justice not served. Thousands assassinated. Relentless persecution on gurus to this day still continues.
Understand, we showed you the date, we showed you every fact, and this is a very small list. Even as recent as 3 days before, one more sadhu was murdered in broad daylight in the state of Rajasthan, India. This continues to happen. And what we are presenting to you, all of these were the assassination attempts in which the Hindu music forces were successful in. But just because of all of these, this is the only reason why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, our beloved Swamiji, decided to revive the only nation for Hindus where Hindus can get protection, because really Hindus are in danger. The Hindu lives are in danger, especially the Hindu Guru's lives are in grave danger.
We may all wonder, why is Swamiji being attacked continuously? Understand, it is not only Swamiji. Every Hindu gurus are being attacked and killed. But Swamiji is the most loudest, unapologetic voice, standing up, bringing all these persecution to light, which is why the degree of attack is even more.
And why are we talking about this right now? And I also mentioned earlier saying that we have news to share with all of you. It's very painful as I'm sharing this to all of you. It's almost more than a decade, over 13 plus years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa have been a target for the anti-Hindu element and have been a target and getting attacked. We have been sharing about this. Very recently, when I say recently, I mean day before yesterday, or day before yesterday. Another shocking incident, another horrific incident has happened in one of our Kailasas. A kshetra, Kailasa Trishulam, where Swamiji manifested through his Divya Sharira and graced and showered all of us. In that kshetra, a sacred space, a huge attack was launched. And today, we are going to be sharing about this horrifying news with all of you. And for this, we have the team that is there on ground, who is a first-hand witness to these attacks happening on ground, here with us today, who will be joining with us in this segment and sharing with us the details of what has happened.
Today, we will be listening to the story, to the plight of the Hindu sannyasi, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji's sannyasi, Maheshwara Bhaktikananda, who stands as a representation of the entire Hindu community who is facing the persecution at the hands of the Hindu music forces. Her selfless act of donating her personal property to revive Hinduism to Swamiji and Kailasa, how that has been used as a weapon by the Hindu music elements to wage a war against Kailasa. Today, we will be looking into all the details of how this war is being waged by these Hindu music elements, taking this act of devotion, of donating a land to Swamiji and Kailasa. Maheshwara Bhaktikananda Swami is a sannyasi of Kailasa for the last 20 years. She graduated as an engineer, and then she was looking into the businesses of her family. After which, in 2003, she met our Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, and she decided to dedicate her life as a sannyasi, completely inspired by the inspiration and the joy that Swamiji radiated in reviving the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. She has been serving Kailasa for the last 20 years, and her act of donating her personal family property for reviving Hinduism, how that is being used as a weapon by these Hindu music forces. That's what we will be looking into today.
Nithyanandam. Pranapriyananda. So, if I have to take the viewers, just a little bit of background about how Kailasa and Trishulam, which came under heavy attack a couple of days ago, how this property was placed at the holy feet of Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Basically, my pre-monastic family is from the royal lineage, the Natukota Nagaratar community of South India. This community is a very affluent community, and it dedicates most of its earnings to serve Parameshiva, will establish and serve all the Parameshiva temples worldwide. And my family and myself got connected, had our first darshan at the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in 2003, 20 years ago. And my paternal grandmother, Annapurniyachi, she comes from the world-renowned global business empire and family, the AMM Murugappa Group. She's a daughter of the founder of the business empire. She has grown up. She's a very pious and a very devout person, and she personally had very many deep spiritual experiences. And she realized in her heart that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the incarnation of Parameshiva. Our whole family got very deeply connected to Swamiji. And since then, for 3 generations, we have been living as Kailasavasis in Adi Kailasa, Bengaluru. You can see photographs of Annapurniyachi, who's standing beside Bhagavan. In the year 2007, my grandmother Annapurniyachi, during the auspicious Guru Purnima celebrations, went up to have darshan of Swamiji, and at that time, she expressed her deep wish to him, saying that she wishes to place this property of trishulam at his sacred feet. And she would like to see a temple being established in worship of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as Parameshiva. And she also, along with it, expressed another deep personal desire and requested that when she leaves her body, whenever it may happen, she requested Swamiji that his physical presence be there, that he be there physically to liberate her. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in all his compassion, responded to her devotion and dedication and accepted both of her requests, blessed both of her requests. And he said he will ensure that it is fulfilled, that both of her requests are fulfilled. This happened in 2007. And after that, Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, started taking steps for the word that he gave to that one devotee. He started doing all the groundwork to establish Kailasa and Trishulam. Meanwhile, around the year of 2010, as all of us know, one of the largest attacks on the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the properties of Kailasa happened. We have with us also on the panel today, Nitya Acharananda Swami, who will be joining us now, who will be briefing us on what happened between 2007 and 2010 when the largest attack happened.
Nithyanandam, I'm
Thank you, Ma Bhaktika Swami, for introducing that. Many of you may be wondering, what is this all about, right? Why are we sharing this? And I'm also seeing many of you post a lot of questions. We will be answering each of your questions. So don't worry, whenever you have questions, feel free to ask. But yes, it is very touching to see so many of you putting that you're shocked and you're all asking, what can you do to protect gurus or stop this violence? And Ma Goexial is asked, what can I do to stop this, to protect gurus and to stop this violence? And also Ma Sri Lakshmi Kottapalli has asked, what can we do for us to stop all this violence happening against gurus? And Ma Tatiana Hughes has posted, thank you so much, Ma, for bringing this up. It is very important. And Elizabeth Silva is saying, I still cannot understand how these attacks on sannyasis and gurus and Swamiji could happen. I believe they would be protected by Parameshiva because these divine beings have mission to enrich the world for enlightenment. If everyone is killed like that, what will it be? The planet Earth? Who will illuminate other beings? Please understand, every single person, Malita Sega, I read your question as well. Every single person who has this question, there are two things. One, every single one of us that are seeing this, that are listening to this, we are all responsible for this. We are all responsible for this. Swamiji tells it is not just the active violence of the anti-Hindu elements, but it is the silence and inaction of the Hindus, the criminal negligence of the Hindus, which lets these attacks happen time and again. 97 years in the broad daylight, one after the other, one after the other. But how many of you here even knew the deaths of these sadhus? We all commonly think that it is just Swamiji's, the attacks on Swamiji, and we just isolate and think, oh, maybe, why only one guru is getting attacked? Why only one or two gurus are getting attacked? But what is happening? In front of our eyes, one after the other, systematically, each guru who stands up for Hinduism is being persecuted. What can me or you, each of us do is, to say the least, stand up to take responsibility to stop this.
Actually, I just wanted to give you all a brief. Actually, the person who just came and shared with us, Ma Nitya Bhaktikananda, he is from the royal lineage. Her lineage, entire lineage, has been an ardent devotee of Parameshiva. The whole community is known for it. Their devotion, their staunch connection, feeling connection with Parameshiva. And that is why actually the moment their family met with Parameshiva, was come in the form of Swamiji, her grandmother, who is known as Annapurni Achi, was deeply connected to Swamiji, immediately started experiencing that Swamiji is Parameshiva. And actually I'm showing you all a picture. You all can see here. This is a photograph of Annapurni Achi, here, right here, who is offering the offering of a land to Swamiji, and which is actually going to be known as Kailasa Trishulam. Out of immense devotion, she just asked Swamiji one thing. Swamiji, I know you are Parameshiva, and therefore, from my deep, heartfelt gratitude and devotion, I offer this to you. I just have one request to you, Swamiji. I want a temple for Parameshiva to be built. I want you as my own Parameshiva here, residing in this temple and gracing the world. Swamiji also lovingly, very compassionately accepted to that, and Swamiji said, all right, I'll take care. And she just had this one thing as her desire, and she offered this to Swamiji's feet. And she requested Swamiji, actually you all can see here, this is the picture of Annapurni Achi talking to Swamiji and requesting Swamiji, Swamiji, please take this as yours. And this should my only desire is to give this to you. And I know you were, because actually she made a statement. She said that I know only you can do it. And I know if I give it to you, you'll definitely make it happen. And therefore, I want to offer this to you out of my gratitude and my devotion. And this was in the year 2007. He offered this to Swamiji. And Swamiji, at that point, gave her that commitment saying, don't worry, I'll take care, I'll do it. To this day, actually, as I mentioned earlier, recently there has been a big attack. That's what we're going to share with all of you about. But to this day, for that one commitment that Swamiji had given to his devotee, to one devotee, one darshan, that one commitment he gave, to this day, he has not deterred from that. And the story that we are going to share with you is going to be about that.
Many of you posted questions, two of you, Elizabeth Silva, Leeta Sege. If Parameshiva and these enlightened beings, why is Parameshiva not protecting these gurus who are getting attacked, or the enlightened masters, or for that matter, our Parameshiva, Swamiji himself? The next part of this segment is going to be an answer to that. Every one of you that are asking, why is this happening? You will understand exactly why it is happening. We will tell you all why exactly are the gurus being persecuted, especially Swamiji, who stood up for Hinduism. If you just see, from the very moment that Swamiji was born, Swamiji has only been contributing. And we will now show you all to what extent Swamiji goes to fulfill just his one commitment to one of his disciples. And in the next segment, we will have joining with us Ma Nityachalananda Swami and Ma Bhaktika Swami, who are going to be taking us through to make us understand how these gurus are targeted and why they are persecuted, and how the same happened to Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Ma Bhaktika was sharing about her own Purvashram pre-monastic grandmother donating this piece of land as a mark of her gratitude and devotion to Bhagavan. Like that, millions of devotees worldwide and across India have donated from over 2 decades. The rising popularity of Bhagavan as a very powerful, influential Hindu guru, as a supreme pontiff of Hinduism, getting all the traditions and unique sects of Hinduism together, but retaining their beautiful uniqueness, is reflected in many, many events across Bhagavan's life. One of them being just around the same time frame of 2006, called the Kodikan Ratha Yatra. Literally the word Kodikan meaning a crore, 10 million eyes. The divine deities of Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Parameshiva Shakti, made by the very hands of Bhagavan, right from the foundation stone, the first cutting of the stone, the cast supervised directly by Bhagavan, and the divine deities, which are the presiding deities today in Adi Kailasa, they have blessed the whole of humanity. Literally, they are gracing. And way back then in 2006, 1 million, 10 million, 1 crore eyes having the divine darshan of Bhagavan. And the Achala Murtis of Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Parameshiva Shakti. This divine happening, the Ratha Yatra, which lasted just about a few months, but it was able to transform the lives of millions. Millions of people, literally lakhs of people, converted their lifestyle to the Hinduism lifestyle and adopted the Hindu dharma, the Hindu religion. The free meditation programs that were offered, the free yoga programs, free spiritual counseling, the free medical camps, the free food, the annadan, and the free rituals, people partaking in these rituals, everything was such an eye-opener, but as a grassroots movement. Such movements, continuously, the grassroots work done by Bhagavan actually triggered and caught the attention of the Hindu music elements, whose aim was to ensure that Hinduism does not flourish, does not get revived. Directly, Bhagavan reviving Kailasa was against their very core of their interests. Like this, the people, that not only the devotees and the followers, but the people at large, realizing that life is a lot more. Bhagavan's teachings entering them, permeating them into their very core, their very being, transforming the lives, making leaders. Such was the powerful effect of Bhagavan's mission, right down to the very villages, the heart of India. This is what led, unfortunately, on the other hand, to the persecution, the genocide, the cultural genocide, which is what a number of the viewers were just asking as to why. One of the reasons of the why is rooted in this. You can see here, it was the beauty of this whole movement is it's just spread by word of mouth, no marketing, no spend on trying to popularize something. It is just by sheer word of mouth, the power of the teachings, the power of the experience carried in the hearts of the people and leading to this massive revolution, literally, in living.
Yes, and it was exactly during this period that the scores of the followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, touched by the profoundness of the teachings, his initiations, and realizing that the very incarnation of Parameshiva has landed, started offering to the mission of Kailasa prime properties from around the globe. And this Kailasa in Trishulam is one such prime property because of its very strategic location in the city of Chennai in South India, near the airport. And it came under the eyes of many forces at that time, but Annapurniyachi decided to place it at the feet of Parameshiva. And what happened in 2010 was, while Bhagavan started taking the steps for fulfilling the wishes of this one devotee, he also started receiving life threats and blackmail from media barons and Hindu Masic forces, because this property, which from the heart of a devotee was placed at the feet of Parameshiva, became the target of these Hindu Masic forces who wanted to grab it for their own activities. The response from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was very simple and profoundly spiritual. He was clear. He said, it is between Parameshiva and the devotee. And I am no one to interfere between one devotee's devotion to Parameshiva. What for she placed it at his feet, I am here to fulfill it. She trusted me and I have given my word to her. If she is willing to change her wish, then so be it. If not, then I just have to fulfill her wish for it. But Annapurniyachi was very clear. When she was informed of the gravity of the situation, she was still very clear about what she wanted to do with it and what for she meant the property. And therefore, in 2010, when these Hindu Masic forces came to know that the property was not going to be theirs and the temple was going to be established, it triggered one of the greatest attacks till date on the life of the SPH and the mission of Kailasa. Maheshwara Swami will now present the events that unfolded in 2010.
Actually, Bhaktikama, actually, just wanted to ask you a few things before we go to the further thing. Because as I know, many participants also have a question. So you had shared with us saying that how Annapurniyachi had offered this land to Swamiji, and her only thing was to build a Parameshiva temple of Swamiji there. And Swamiji also said yes, and he already started the activities for it. We all saw so beautifully the Kodikan Ratha Yatra had started, basically putting the seeds. See, temple is not just a building, it's an enlightenment ecosystem. So Swamiji started all the work that are needed to fulfill that one devotee's desire. And and Swamiji was just in his young age, like in his youth. And Swamiji already started going, like how Nityachalananda Swami had beautifully shown us the pictures of the Kodikan Ratha Yatra. Literally, Kodikan Ratha Yatra means where millions of eyes get to behold the darshan of Parameshiva's deity. And then you mentioned a very important thing, that at that time, the Hindu music elements had, from the thing to grab the land, to take over, they had wanted to grab the very property that Annapurniyachi, your grandmother, had offered it to Swamiji. And when they went and asked, first when they tried to approach Swamiji's response, like as you said, I just wanted to highlight it once again. Swamiji's response to it was, it is between the devotee and Parameshiva. You can go and ask the devotee, but from my side, I will not deter from my commitment to that disciple. Because see, actually one very important point you were mentioning about being a prime property, but we all know for Swamiji, it's not like anything to do with that location or anything like that. It's not to do with any offering or a particular, because none of the reasonings matter. But for him, it was the commitment that he gave to your grandmother. And he said, if she wants, you can take it right away. If she wants to give it to your project, if you are able to convince her and she wants to give to you, take it right away. But from my side, I will not deter from that commitment. And when that gang, when the Hindu music gang, a political clout, approached your grandmother, what was her response to it? Could you please elaborate on that?
It's actually a very beautiful question, Ma, because here is where the people are going to understand the dynamics of Hinduism and the dynamics of the Guru Shishya Parampara and how it functions, and the relationship and the trust between the Guru and the disciple. So when Annapurniyachi was approached, she, on the one side, she did understand that it would mean the life of the SPH, because she was a worldly person and she knows to the extent to which the Hindu music forces would go, and she knows that they're very powerful, and she knows it would mean costing the life of the SPH. That is on one side. But on the other side, the beauty of it was, in spite of knowing that, she very clearly said, I have placed it at the feet of Parameshiva and I will not take it back. And I trust that Bhagavan, Swamiji, will make it happen, whatever may be the forces on the other side. So
wow,
on that trust, I am standing my ground, and it will happen, and I know it. That was her response.
Thank you so much, Ma. So now when they did not get what they wanted, they didn't get what they tried getting, what happened further? What exactly started happening? Did they say, okay, fine, and leave it? Or did it develop into something else?
Right. So what happened was, there was continuous blackmailing from their side to the SPH, the Swamiji. And finally, on 2nd of March 2010, the world witnessed one of the largest attacks, like I mentioned before, on the SPH. The whole thing being centered and triggered by this property of trishulam that we're talking about. When they understood that their blackmailing was not working and all their efforts in various ways to grab the property was not working, they launched the attack on 2nd of March 2010. Ma Achalananda Swami will now present to us the gory events that unfolded from 2nd of March onwards.
What Ma Nitya Bhaktikananda had shared is the land grab started as a land grabbing, eventually led into something so brutal, which you could never even imagine. A cascade of events that literally led into the assassination attempt of our Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. After this land grabbing attempt, the Hindu music elements, they orchestrated a morphed video. They spread this disinformation in the form of morphed video, relaying it in all forms of media, print media, electronic media, in every single platform for more than 14,000 hours, defaming, character assassinating Swamiji. By this programmed confusion, by this repeated telecast of this disinformation over and over and over again, millions of followers, millions of Hindus were so confused. Even though they wanted to support, they wanted to show their moral support to Swamiji and this. They were not able to do it because literally Swamiji was isolated from the entire humanity by this disinformation. It is a clearly orchestrated campaign by these Hindu music elements, fearing the rise of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his dedicated efforts to revive the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So they orchestrated this complete campaign to defame Swamiji, to spread the disinformation on Swamiji, and isolated him. Literally, they isolated him from this society. And after isolating him, they actually went after Swamiji for 3,000 kilometers, literally, to kill him. They went behind Swamiji for 3,000 kilometers. They chased him from one monastery to another, having the entire media lined up to telecast the live assassination attempt on all the television channels in a way that people can literally be afraid to associate themselves with Kailasa and Swamiji. At first, they started in the Tiruvannamalai Adinam. Before even this morphed video came out, all the media, everybody was lined up in the Tiruvannamalai Adinam. And then they were attempting to assassinate Swamiji there. And when they could not find Swamiji, they literally break every single thing that they see in the monastery. And they telecast the whole thing in the media. So the media, when people see the media channels, they get really afraid. And then they chase Swamiji to Bidadi, the Adi Kailasa, in his own quarters, in his own living quarters. When Swamiji was in his own living quarters, he was burnt. The quarters was burnt. And the whole scene was telecasted in television. Police were standing. Everybody was just watching. Literally Swamiji getting burnt. And he had to escape from the other door and save his life. And literally from there on, he was chased for 3,000 kilometers by these Hindu music elements. They orchestrated this entire psychosis in the media channels in a way that they completely isolated Swamiji from the society. And even if somebody wants to stand up and support, they were literally terrified. People were terrified. Hindus were terrified on what is happening to their guru.
What unfolded was actually the unraveling of a very, very sinister conspiracy. We all know during World War II, after World War II, human rights violations, open war, all these were condemned by all nations, by all peoples. It was not easy to assassinate someone. So that brought forth this sophisticated 8-layer conspiracy to genocide and cultural genocide of this minority community called Adi Shaivites, which in normal English could be translated to say aboriginal, indigenous, agricultural tribes, which is what the Adi Shaivites, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, amongst the many, many traditions of Hinduism that he leads. 8-layer genocide. To just give you an idea of what these steps could be, what these 8 layers are. As you can see, something as shocking as burning the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism alive in his very own quarters, which is after all a simple thatched roof hut. It's not some palace. He used to live in this quarters in a thatched hut with his sannyasis. In broad daylight, you could see that being flashed openly in television. How could such a barbaric act be even tolerated or even thought of, even imagined in the so-called 21st century? You may wonder. That is exactly what this 8-layer conspiracy, this 8-layer genocide model was all about. First, what they did is a heavy slew of disinformation, absolutely false, blatant lies. Blatant lies being spoken about. There was a false video, a morphed video created of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, completely maligning him, defaming him. Around that video, a whole slew of lies about his character, a huge character assassination done, not for a few hours, but not for a few days, for a few weeks, but for a few years. Literally, if you combine the whole defamation that was done against Bhagavan, it will total to a lot more than 17,000 hours, more than 25,000 pages of articles, flooding the internet. Literally, the internet got jammed, is what the media reports say. Such was a massive disinformation that was spread. We need to understand the psychology. The minute you spread this whole lies, then something as gross as burning the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism alive in his very own quarters is being flashed in television, but people are not even able to see the shock element in it or the utter inhumanity in it. This is what was done continuously from 2010 over the years, over a decade. This is what is called the 8-layer genocide. 2010, this happened continuously. The disinformation spread with a whole lot of false allegations. First was this morph video, then it came, there are a lot of other illegalities happening in the monastery complex. Like this, the whole build-up that is given with no venue for the truth to be spoken out. This led to the most dreaded, what any disciple, any devotee would shudder to even think of. The illegal arrest of Bhagavan and the body of Parameshiva being subjected to such inhuman torture. It led further. All these lies, the disinformation laid the foundation for what is called lawfare. False case, utterly false case. A false case of rape was alleged against Bhagavan, where the complaint had no mention of the word rape, no victim of rape, no incident, nothing at all. But just because of the huge media character assassination, everything was justified. The huge hate propaganda that was spread in the media justified the illegal arrest, the false case. But the justice is spoken in volumes by the simple fact that this very same false case was tried to be framed against Bhagavan in the US, because a rape accuser happens to be a US citizen. The United States courts just dismissed the whole false case over a decade back. And not only did they dismiss, they put a penalty of $500,000 against the false rape accuser, because the motive of that complaint was completely malicious, to destroy Bhagavan's mission, to destroy Kailasa, to destroy his life, to put him behind bars for the rest of his life. And the US courts went on to order that the medical records of this false rape accuser be sent to the courts in India, where also the false rape case was framed, because the medical records were so obvious. Can you imagine a rape accuser claiming to have been raped more than 100 times, but her medical records, as per the court, summoned medical records show that she is the carrier of 4, not 1, 4 highly contagious, incurable STDs, sexually transmitted diseases, which do not even need a physical contact relation to spread, but they spread just by the touch of the fluid, like a saliva or a body fluid, the fluid in the blisters. And she claims that she was raped more than 100 times. This is what the court said. This is absolutely malicious complaint. The Indian courts, the Indian police went on to order a medical test on Bhagavan, where clearly the medical test showed neither he has any STD nor did he ever have any. And on top of that, the medical records clearly prove Bhagavan's yogic body, where he does not even have the inclination of a normal human being towards any kind of a physical relationship. This whole thing, this whole lawfare, giving the foundation for the continued persecution and the genocide, justifying the assaults against the disciples, the followers of Bhagavan, sexual assaults against the female followers, child abuse on the children followers, destruction of the Gurukul or the traditional education system.
Actually, it's too painful to even hear it. And especially, I know you have summarized the whole thing, but it's really painful for me to hear it, to hear the whole thing. The whole attack, what was that one ask that they had? The group, the anti-Hindu elements, when they're targeting, they're attacking Swamiji, I just can't see those visuals. It's too painful for me to even see what Swamiji had faced or what Swamiji had been through. You shared that how it all started with it started as a trigger with that one commitment that Swamiji had given to one of his devotees, saying, "Don't worry, I'll make a temple for Parameshiva there." And then Swamiji had started the work, and when this group tried to land grab, encroach upon that property, and Swamiji said, "No, I will not deter from that commitment that I had given." And they tried blackmailing Swamiji to stop the revival of Hinduism there, especially over there. You had been the first-hand experiencer, like you were there throughout this whole time, right? Achala Swami, at that time, was there even any one point where, like, did Swamiji ever say, "Okay, if you are going to not attack me anymore, then I will not continue my Hinduism revival"? Or anywhere, did Swamiji even once come to even a compensation mode or a negotiation mode? Especially given the torture that Swamiji was facing.
There are no words really to describe the response of Bhagavan. In the face of this, you saw the visuals of the quarters of Bhagavan being burnt, where he is locked inside alive. That was only one of the over 70 assassination attempts that were made on Bhagavan. Yes, you heard it right. It's over 70. Even top leaders, political leaders, maximum you could have heard is 2, 3, 4, but here it's 70. And gross. It's really painful what you saw about the quarters. Another very similar unimaginable one. You could see in the visuals that you see, illegally arrested, and even if you're illegally arrested, being put behind bars on plain, not just plain ground, it is wet ground and just a thin toilet paper, which is also wet. All the monasteries of Kailasa, as you can see here, being destroyed. Not only destroyed, being telecasted. This whole destruction is being telecasted on television as if it is the annihilation of some terrorist organization. You can imagine the sheer the contrast between what we are and how we are presented. Just that one power of the media to spread disinformation and hate propaganda goes to such an extent where you can see just the sheer hard work, the sacrifice, the blood and sweat of Bhagavan being literally brought down to ruins, burnt, destroyed. His very life under threat. Continuously assassination attempts being made on him and his followers. Even something, as you can see here, like a medical test for which he is ordered to go to by the court. And you can see that no way a medical test can happen where the pain is so enormous. All of us know Bhagwan's yogic body, he is beyond pain, beyond suffering. But that physical body being subjected to such torture, where you can see the pain visibly on his face, the way the body, the divine body, the Divya Sharira of Bhagwan being tortured literally, and the whole media making a negative, you cannot even see it. Such is the persecution where the media is even actually showing this and people are watching it because of that sole one reason of it being projected as if some wrongs have been done. This disinformation is the cause of this whole persecution, of this whole genocide, which is still continuing. It needs the right voice to be taken to the world where the tapas, the sacrifice, the dedication, the integrity of Bhagavan, like how we saw in this case of that one devotee whose one prayer, one boon that she requested of the usage of her land, for defending that, going to such an extent of sacrifice, where literally his own life is being threatened, assassination attempts are being done, his whole hard work over decades just being destroyed, his Divya Sharira being subjected to such inhuman, unthinkable torture. You can imagine, would he have even dreamt? Can we even dream of Bhagavan giving any response, anything other than, I stand by the word, by the promise that I have given you? The answer is self-evident to what you asked. And this continues till today, like you said, over the past 2-3 days, what's happening, over the past few months, that's happening. For that one piece of land, which is of course sacred to us because Bhagavan gave his Divya Sharira Darshan there, where he was physically sitting in Adi Kailasa, but his divine form literally seen by the naked two eyes, by all the people gathered over there in this sacred land of Trishulam.
Yes. So as Ma Achala Swami was presenting, the extent of attacks on the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In parallel, what was also happening for Kailasa and Trishulam was, in 2013, Bhagavan fulfilled the second word that he had given to Annapurniyachi, which is liberating her, being present physically when the time comes. In 2013, he delivered the everyday morning satsang live to the global audience and traveled from Bangalore to Chennai, 500 kilometers on road. Went to the house of Annapurniyachi, my pre-monastic home. I had the fortune of accompanying Bhagavan on that most spiritual, most mystical trip ever. And he landed there at 3 a.m. and he stayed there for an hour. And we saw live the process of liberating her soul. He liberated her, fulfilled his second word to her in 2013. And after that, Bhagavan moved to the next level of activities, expansion in Kailasa and Trishulam. Many more sannyasis went over to Kailasa and Trishulam, and the social spiritual services continued there. The temple started being established, the annadan, the free food being offered, meditation programs started happening, spiritual healing was given to all the people in the surrounding villages. And as the temple was being established and all of this was happening, we started facing a series of attacks by the Hindu Mesic elements. The peak of it, one of the largest attacks happened in 2017, in the month of June, when hundreds and hundreds of people mobilized by these Hindu Mesic elements attacked us at Kailasa and Trishulam in one of the most brutal physical attacks. You are seeing it now. They moved also through encroachers who encroached upon the land and occupied 3/4 of an acre on the 3-acre property. And so that they could give a day-to-day attacks on us. As you can see in front of you now, they landed on us with crude weapons, rock stones, rods, and anything they could get in their hands. And our female sannyasis, there was an attempt on molestation on them. Everything you can think of happened in 2017, June. Our sannyasi, Srinitya Yogaswarupananda Maharaj, who's also with us on the panel now, he was illegally arrested with a false case slapped on him of eve-teasing one of the wives of the Hindu Mesic elements. It was all pre-planned. We didn't know what was happening. We were victim of the largest attack we'd ever seen till now. But instead of we going and filing police complaints for a life threat, brutal, murderous attack, what happened was they filed a false case on our sannyasi, and Yogaswarupa Maharaj was illegally arrested and taken to Pulal prison even before our complaint was taken up by the police. Before I invite Yogaswarupa Maharaj on the panel, I just want to share with you details. Seeing the visuals in front of you now, they actually trashed the entire property of Kailasa and Trishulam, and they molested our sannyasis, and they broke the deities that were there, and they cut off the electricity supplies. They actually broke the Syntex water tanks so that our water supply could be cut off. They smashed all the CCTVs so that, in fact, what you're seeing now is a little bit of evidence we managed to capture before the attack was taken to its peak, because by then they realized we had CCTVs and they trashed it all down. Now I invite Yogaswarupa Maharaj to share with us, because he is a victim of the false case that was slapped on us in 2017. he will now tell us how the whole thing happened. Before that, back to you, Ma.
It was actually very quite disturbing to watch. So you were mentioning you were there firsthand, right? Like you experienced this firsthand. How did it start for you when you were sitting there? You were in the campus, right? Approximately how many of you, how many women sannyasis were there in the campus when this attack started?
We were around 20 to 25 women sannyasis, Ma. We had just then finished our morning puja when the attack started.
And how did it start?
Actually,
like,
if you ask me for the exact moment how it started, we had just then finished the puja and we were having our breakfast, and I was actually standing there with a plate of idlis. I was having the breakfast, and on my food, a rock-like stone just came flying and landed. That's how I woke up to the attack, and I didn't know what was going on. From, I mean, it's not something. It's something out of the blue for me. And then we started hearing voices. We started. And then when we came out of the containers, what met our eye, we could not even come out of the containers because stones were being hurled at us at jet speed because there was no restraint from their side. There was no restraint. It was just brutal force. With all their might, they were hurling stones at us, and they were thrashing the property with the rods. So we could not step out of the containers. If we did, we would be dead. And if we didn't step out, the entire property would be trashed. And the whole thing was a surprise on us. So it was a complete, total surprise attack, Ma.
Understood. It's too painful though to hear this. Actually, all the viewers that are watching us right now understand only if we all come together. Your unity, like all of us coming together, being together, facing this together is only going to help us to face this. Swamiji single-handedly has been taking all of these. He goes on and on, whatever come what may. He's very clear. He will never give up on his vision and his commitment to humanity, especially his commitment to each one of you, his commitment to you, your enlightenment, me, my enlightenment. And Ma Eugene Kin
Sorry for that. Yes, sorry for that. I think most of you lost my audio. I was speaking all this well. I apologize for that. Ma Eugene Kin had commented saying the tapas that Swamiji is doing for humanity is great. Please understand, Ma, just to keep up the commitment for one disciple, Swamiji is taking this whole attack on himself. I mean, I'm a personal testimonial to this, but every one of us, each of us know the dedication, the tyaga, the commitment, unwavering commitment of Swamiji to the humanity. And so many of you are asking, what can we do about this? We're all sitting, each of you are sitting in different places. One of you had posted from Argentina, and you had said how Hindus in Argentina are also being persecuted. Please understand, it is Swamiji standing as a single, loud, clear voice for Hinduism saying, come what may, I will stand. That is the reason. Literally, Swamiji is standing as a shield. That is why all of us today, if me, you, all of us sitting in different parts of the world are able to talk about Hinduism, and we are able to freely practice these sciences. Today we learned about Navakhanda Yoga Samadhi. We are all able to practice all this. You know why? Because single-handedly as a shield, Swamiji is standing in front and taking all the attacks on himself. What can we do if we decide, just each one of us, when we each of us decide to take one small action, we can be a cause for a huge change. From your side, you taking one step, you saying, yes, I want to bring a change. That's enough. It starts from you. You start, your family gets inspired. From your family, your community gets inspired. From your community, your society gets inspired. From your society, your city gets inspired. From your city, your state gets inspired. From your state, your country gets inspired. From your country, the whole world will get inspired. Your action can cause a huge change in front of you. And how can you do that today? So many of you are asking, Ma, Lita, Ma, Eugene, and so many of you had posted. It starts with one simple action from your side. You tell, I want to be cause for a change. Be it voicing out. It just starts with simply voicing out. There are 2 billion of us in number. Can you believe? 2 billion Hindus as we talk right now. And yet, thousands of our Hindu gurus are being murdered. Why? There are so many attacks that's continuously happening. Why? Our deities, our temples, to this day are being destroyed. As latest as day before yesterday, a sadhu, a Hindu sannyasi was murdered in the broad daylight. Why? Because we who have the power in our hands are not taking the step that we can. Like Swamiji said, this is a very, very big click that I've had. Swamiji said, it is not the active attacks of the anti-Hindu elements, but it is a criminal negligence of the Hindus who are sitting, who know this is happening, but we think, oh, you know what? In my country, I think it's fine. I mean, I go to a temple, I say it's all right. I don't think it's going to be attacked in any near future. It starts with that. If we decide, we can cause that change. Every single one of you that are watching, take a moment. Go to this link that's projected for all of you. Take one step from your side to sign a petition to bring a change. If you decide, if we gather one by one, we are 2 billion in number. And understand we are a 2 billion strong army. If we just stand one by one and decide, you don't need to, in this age, you don't need to fight with swords and guns. No, you just need to stand up for your dharma by saying, yes, I will not tolerate persecution against Hinduism. That's all. One voice from yours is going to add 2 billion strong.
Understand? It is one put together. Understand, it's so many drops put together becomes the mighty ocean. All of us, we all put together, 2 billion in number. We need to have unity. We need to have oneness. We all need to come together. We must act. We must take a step. For all of us, for your enlightenment, for my enlightenment, for every one of us, Swamiji single-handedly is taking this whole thing. He is taking forward this whole thing. What happened? One devotee asked Swamiji to build a temple in one small, tiny land. Just compare it with the huge, all the properties that are there with Kailasa and all the other projects that Swamiji is doing. This is nothing for Swamiji. Swamiji could have any person who is selfish or even thinks that bad should not happen to him, would have said, come on, I can't do this. Even the devotee would not expect that from Swamiji. They should have just said, it's okay, they're attacking, so what can be done? But Swamiji did not deter. He took on. Morph video was put all over. A huge network had planned together. Understand, actually we had only shared one perspective of it. The reason for the attack is actually a few different components based on which this whole mafia network, it's not just even from one, it's not from one city, one state, or just even one country. It's beyond that. It's a huge network. Already many of these parts of the network has already been identified. I just want to tell all of you, it's a huge mafia gang, a network which plotted, criminally plotted. They launched an attack. We all saw a presentation. So many of you, some of you even cried when you all saw the presentation of how even to this day, as recently as day before yesterday, we have one of the Hindu sadhus who was murdered in broad daylight. They tried not one, not two, but 100 such assassination attempts on Swamiji. They took him, tried putting him in jail, tried all kinds of torture methods, pouring cold water, starving him, injecting lethal poisons into his blood. Horrendous things were done. Till even at a crucial moment, Swamiji said, no, I will not give up the vision or the commitment that I have given to my devotees, my disciples. They froze the bank account. Swamiji said, I will not stop. I will, no matter come what may, I am not going to stop. Till this day, so much Swamiji has faced, but he did not stop. Even till date, never once Swamiji even made a statement saying, oh, it's because this devotee asked, that is why I have to face this. Never, never he even thought in that line. That is his commitment, his love for each one of us. Understand? If you feel, God, this is injustice that is happening. This cannot happen. How can it happen now in like we call ourselves as such modern, such advanced? How can it happen like this now?
And especially when there's so many conversations happening around freedom of expressions, freedom of religions, etc., etc., and etc., we are still living in a place where our Hindus, our Hindu gurus who have sacrificed, you all need to know, in this same land that the sadhus are being killed, once they powerfully fought against tens and thousands of invaders, single-handedly sacrificing their life to protect the people. And today, that same people are killing these sadhus. So many of you have posted that you are taking an action. Many of you have posted that you have signed up. And yes, Ma Tatiana, the link has been posted here, Ma. The link for you to take a step, for you to sign the petition has been posted here.
Actually, Ma Tatiana Hugas has posted. We need to share this link virally. Absolutely. Yes. All of us understand, if we all come together, we all can be a great strength. It is not the people that are doing this. It's not the people, the mafia gang that is actively persecuting, but the real criminals, the real culprits are the people that have the power to stop it. The good Hindus, good human beings who have the power to stop it, not acting upon it. That is why all of us are being criminally negligent Hindus. Let us come out of this criminal negligence. Please, we need your support. All of us need to come together. Understand? Last 3-4 days, this whole attack has been going on. In Trishulam Adinam, the visuals we saw, plus the building has been unlawfully demolished. These mobs got a huge bulldozer and demolished the building, drove away the cows, stole away the cows from Goshala, and they are terrorizing the sannyasis that are living there. But never once did Swamiji even tell us that, so many things are happening. I can't give darshan. Swamiji never made that statement. In fact, he came, he sat each one of us know. Last 4 days, did he even one single thing did he reduce? in his sincerity and his commitment for us,
let alone reducing. In fact, in the last few days, we have been seeing how continuously Swamiji is saying, not just Zoom, now let's open all social media platforms. I will give darshan, I will answer questions. And just to make sure none of us are missing out, even during darshan, Swamiji ensures that we come and remind everyone to post your boons and prayers. That to describe what is this unwavering commitment to humanity. Every one of us, today we're all in the so-called, free world, and we're all celebrating freedom with social media talking. But why is not a single social media channel telling you about this? Why is not a single social media platform letting you talk about this? Go post it. You can see the responses. Why is not a single media channel talking about these attacks that are happening? The picture of gurus, like we showed you, just the last 97 years. I'm not telling yesterday, today, day before yesterday. 97 years. Just last 97 years of available records. We can see year after year, any year, in any type of society, whenever Hindu gurus have stood up, they have been attacked. In this same Bharata Varsha, in this same Akhanda Bharata, our Naga Sadhus, our gurus fought. They shed their blood, they shed their lives to protect the temples, to protect the people. Today, those same people whom they stood up and sacrificed their lives for are attacking their community back. Is this what we are going to give back to our gurus, who are the backbone of Hinduism? When our education systems were destroyed, we were able to revive them back. You know why? There were gurus running gurukuls. When our temples were destroyed, we were able to revive them back. You know why? There were enlightened masters and gurus who are available to do the prana pratishtha again. When our kingdoms were destroyed, we were able to revive them back. You know why? There were great Rajagurus who guided the king rightly, guided them to come build the whole administration, the whole kingdom back in full strength. There are so many references for this. But that is why, very, very cunningly, they attacked our Guru Sampradaya, a blow which hundreds of years later also we are not able to stand back, because we Hindus have lost touch with our roots. There's a very popular quote by Malcolm where he says, a man who knows no history is like a tree without roots. And that's literally what it is. When we all are we're all going to temples, you could do anything that you want. You can even celebrate Diwali and be proud that you're a Hindu. No, but that's not it. Our roots, continuously the carpet under your leg is being pulled. And today it's somewhere else, tomorrow it's you. And it is time that we stand up for the change. Ma Sadashivaya, you're asking, if I sign this petition, will I be able to bring the change? There are 2 billion people around the world exactly in this moment, like you, me. If each of us think, by me alone putting one post, what difference is it going to make? Instead, if we start thinking, let me start the change, if I can start, this 1 and 1 is going to add to make up the 2 billion. So if you, me, and all of us here start the change, and if we take responsibility to reach out to the rest, we can bring an amazing change to everyone, to the whole world, and we can make people aware of this. It's not that commoners, actually you all should know one thing. Go to most of the videos which target and abuse Swamiji, go and read the comments. Do you all know, every single video, you will find comments saying, there is one person who's standing up for Hinduism, he's being attacked. Common public like you, me, Hindus around the world. I'm not just talking about devotees. There are tons of people around the world who know Swamiji's sacrifice, dedication. By now, people are all waking up and realizing. But it is just that they do not know what they can do to bring a difference. If we, as Hindus who experience Swamiji, who have avatar as a guru, if you and me can take a step, we will bring a phenomenal change in the humanity. It starts with you and me, Ma. So if you think you can add up to that 2 billion, then I'm sure you will understand you can make that change.
Understand the very reason, even if a reluctance or like even some questions coming in us itself, we need to understand. Unfortunately, this is what is the result of the persecution that we all have faced. I just want to tell one thing. All the sacrifices our ancestors have done, whether it was Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj or Ahilya Bai Holkar or every great person who has sacrificed for us, or the Naga sadhus who bravely fought, every single person who has sacrificed for this very Sanatana Hindu Dharma to be alive, understand their sacrifices should not go waste. And it will not go waste because Swamiji is taking on everything that is coming and sacrificing the utmost possible things, and till he never deterred even once away from his commitment that he has given to all of us. And intensely, he is working hard, striving hard, day and night, just to make this nation for Hindus.
Let us all take the step. Let us save our Hindu temples. Let us stop the unlawful encroachment and destruction of the Kailasa trishulam. Take a few minutes, and we request every one of you to take a few minutes, share this petition. Let us protect our Hindu heritage. Let us protect the Tyaga of our Guru, living avatar. Let us not be in blind ignorance. Let us not be in criminal negligence, and let us not let what happened to all the other gurus happen to our Guru. He is continuously taking the attacks. Let us stand up. We can make a change. And we are seeing continuously a lot of sign-ups are coming. We request everyone. We would like to conclude this by requesting every single one of you, take a few minutes, share this with your friends, family members. Ask every one of them, whether they are born Hindus or practicing Hindus. Ask every one of them to take a few minutes to sign this form. And I know we have gone 32 minutes beyond the time of the program. We wish to complete with all the participants. For that, we had committed to conclude by 11 p.m. It's 11:32. We wish to complete with all the participants for that. But I think this is something very, very important that we are aware of. As it is happening, we need to know.
And tomorrow we'll actually share in detail with you about what exactly happened and what is going on right now. We'll be sharing in detail with you. We actually have a lot more people who have joined us on the panel, but due to the time constraint, we'll be having this segment tomorrow. Please invite as many friends and family members as possible. All your Hindu friends, please invite them so that they can understand what is currently happening to Hinduism. Thank you so much for staying tuned. With this, we are coming to the conclusion of today's day. And let's now conclude with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Paduka Arpanamastu. Nithyanandam. Thank you all. Thank you so much for joining, Nithyananda.